Hello, my name is Matt and I'm going to present you the project that we are going to build. Our project will be called Galactic Fight. Press play and we start with the main menu. We added some animation to it so that it looks a bit better. You can shoot, you can kill the objects and press play to start the game. And as you can see, wherever you go, the cannon shooter is following us and try to shoot at where we are. So let's press play and try to finish the level. We've got plenty of different opponents to kill. Here we've got our shooters that will follow us. And of course, if we lose all our health points, we will be moved to our game over menu. So let's play again and try one more time. Let's go. Maybe I will try to avoid it. You can't really hit the moon because it will make you disappear, and that's the boss. He's shooting some bullets that are trying to follow us as well, which is double hard, but we can be just smart enough to go around it just to finish the level, which is not that easy. Now we have plenty of opponents. Here we've got some asteroids coming down on different speed and different angle. If they touch us, we are going to be killed straight away, as we were now. And we are moved again to the main menu. So now I will just try to go and finish all the levels that we have. I prepared only 2 levels for now, but you can do as many as you want because all the logic is there and you'll be fine to do it on your own. And as you can see, we've got plenty of different opponents, and yes, there we went to the teleport that moved us to the end menu. Here we won. We finished all the levels. So when you add more levels, this will work automatically. So as many levels as you will have, you will be moved from one to the other one. And this is it. This is the game that we are going to create. We will be making all the scenes, all the opponents, all the functionality. We will be doing all of that in this project, and in the end we will build it so that you can pass your project to your friends. And how this project has been done, just have a look. We can just click on our prefabs. Maybe you don't know what the prefab is yet, but you will find it out. And we created it in the way so that you have plenty of different fields to manipulate, so you can make this game your own. You can change the statistics, you can change how fast the bullets will travel, how often they will be shot, what will be the attack points, and many more. If you go, for example, to our moon, you can decide how much it can swing, what will be the speed of it. If you click on your Galactic Fighter, you can choose how fast it should travel and how to clamp it, how far it can go. You can change all the shootings, you can decide if it's a player or not. You can change the bullet speed to make it some lower value if you want to, how much attack each opponent should give to others, what would be the shooting rate, and choose your own audio files. You can click, for example, on asteroid shooter and choose how many asteroids will be shooted, if the asteroids should be shot on random direction or not, and when should be they triggered, when we are getting very close or when we are far away. There are lots of different stuff that you can make, you can change, you can make your own game based on what we have prepared here, and you are going to create it on your own. We will be making every line of code step by step, line by line. You will learn how to do it, and I hope you will have a lot of fun with it, because I had a lot of fun with making it. So see you in the course. Hello everyone, today we are starting a new project, which is Galactic Fight. So let's get into it. Let's just create a new project. I will click on this arrow down so that I can specify which version of Unity I want to use for this project. I have 2020 downloaded, but I don't really want to use it just yet. I will wait for some other releases and then maybe I will move on to that version. At the moment I have the latest version downloaded 2019-46. If during this course a new version will be released, then we will switch to that version, so I will show you how to do it. But at the moment I will just click on it and create a new 2D project. I will call it Galactic Fight, and I'm going to specify some folder for it. So I will go to the desktop and then Unity projects, right click new folder, and here I will just type Galactic Fight like so. I open it, select folder, and then click create. And now all we need to do is just wait for the project to be created. Okay, the project has been created. So I want to show you one really important thing. You should go to edit and here just click the preferences, and here you've got few options, and if you click on external tools, maybe I will expand it a little bit, and here is external script editor. So you have to click on it and choose whatever is your editor, because by default it will be something like that, open by file extension. So if you want auto completion and auto suggestion to work properly, you need to choose which editor are you using by default. I've got Visual Studio Code and Visual Studio 2019 downloaded, but I'm going to use Visual Studio for this project. So I will click on it, and once it's switched, you can just close it and it will be saved automatically. Today we are going to talk a little bit about the movement, and we'll create the script that will help move our player. So the first thing to do is actually to import some asset for our player. The best option, so just download the file from the lesson that we are currently on, download it and put it on your desktop or wherever you want, and then just right click and choose import new asset. Then just navigate to the folder where this file has been downloaded. I've got it in our Galactic Fight project for beginners, and here I've got assets folder, so I just enter it and click on Galactic Fighter and just import it. I think I will attach the whole package with all the sprites and assets in the first lesson, so you can download it and you can have all the files that you need in one place. So probably there will be more files here, and you can navigate there and get whatever you need. So now just click import and you have it. So to make it right from the very beginning and make our project neat and nice, I will create a new folder. So I right click in this project window, click create, and here I choose the folder and I'll call it sprites. So all the sprites will go to that folder. Just open it, and now we can move it to our hierarchy window. So here we have our player attached to the scene. This is how it's going to look in our game mode. You might say it's a little bit too small. You can increase the size of it, but I thought it would be a good size of it, so you have plenty of space to go around some other objects later on. So that's why I created it in that size. Okay, so we have our object. So now let's move it. How to move it? You can see this transform component. So if you change the values, if you hover over the X position, for example, and just click and drag left or right, you can see that our object is moving. The same applies for the Y, and for the Z the same, but because this is a 2D object, we're not going to touch the Z value of it. So you can manipulate really only X and Y values, and by increasing it and decreasing you can make your object move. So I will just reset it. So click on 3 dots and just choose reset position. So now we want to change this transform component and this position values in the script so that our object is moving. So let's go back to our assets folder and right click and choose create and C# script. So let's call it player movement. Press enter, and now we can press enter once again so that this script is going to be open with our default editor, which is Visual Studio. And here we have some comments which are going to be deleted straight away. Remember that comments are not necessary. You should delete them and you should not add any new comments at all. There are maybe 2% of situations where you want to add a comment. Most of the time your code should be descriptive so that no comments are needed at all. We need to add some speed value first. Maybe it's not that necessary to do it at first, but we are going to need it to specify how fast our player is going to be. So for now we can create this variable public so we can manipulate it in our Unity editor. So we add access modifier as public, and now the movement will be decimal point, so I will add it as a float number. So the type of this variable is going to be float, and I'll call it speed of the player, or maybe player speed. That would be easier. And we can assign some value to it straight away. Let's say 8f. Whenever you're using a float type variable, you should add f at the end. And I think we will create a new function to move our player. So let's just go beneath the update and the start method and just create new void function and call it just move. To move our player, we need to get two movements, the X movement and the Y movement. So let's create two variables, and they will be of type float as well. So type float, and now we want to have horizontal movement, so we call it move X. And now we have to assign some value to it, and we need to get this value from the keyboard, so it will be user input. So we have to go into the input class like so, and now put the dot, and here we'll get axis, and you have two options. You can get axis, which is the value between -1 and 1. So whenever you press left arrow, there will be -1. If you don't press anything, there will be 0, and if you press the right arrow, you will get +1. But along with it, you will get some values in between, like 0.5, 0.7, and so on. And I will show you how it's going to look like first, and then I will show you the difference with the get axis row, which will get only those three values: -1, 0, or 1, nothing in between. And I do prefer this get axis row in this example, but I want you to see the difference. So first we'll just get axis. We are getting the axis, and as you can see, this little cloud that is popping out, that we need to specify the axis name, and the axis name is horizontal. So just type it horizontal, and you might ask, how do I know what should I type? I'm going to show you straight away. Just go to edit and to project settings, and here in input manager you've got axis. If you expand it, and here you have all the axis names you can use. So here you've got horizontal and vertical that we are going to use now. If you expand it even further, there is a name, and here you've got all the buttons that will work with this axis, which is left and right arrow button, it's AD and so on. With the vertical you've got up and down, S and W. Because of it, you can use WSAD and arrows on your keyboard, and along with it the controller should work perfectly fine as well. Okay, I will close it and go back to the script, and now we have to specify another variable for the Y direction. So you can go beneath and create another variable and call it move Y, and here you can put input class and get axis, and now we are going to use vertical instead of horizontal. So once we've got these two values, we can create a vector out of it. Because we are using 2D project, that would be actually easier to use vector 2 straight away. So I just type vector 2 and call it maybe move direction. And now we have to assign, actually not assign, but create a new object out of it and specify those values that we will get in these two variables. So now we are putting move X and then move Y variable, and of course semicolon at the end. Once the vector is created, so we know the direction where our player needs to go, we can move it by two ways really. We can manipulate the transform position, or we can use a special function, which is, I think, better solution. So let's go beneath and just use transform, so we can get this component transform and just get the translate method. And here we have to specify, as you can see here, we need to add some vector 3 translation. So this move direction is going to be input here. So just type move direction, and that would be it really. So let me show you how it's going to look like now. It's not finished yet, and of course we have to call this method in our update method, so it's being executed every frame. So just minimize it, and in order the script to work, we have to attach it to our object. So just click on our Galaxy Fighter and we can add component and call it player movement. So you can see that our script is showing up here. Just double click on it and it's being added. And as you can see, this default value of speed is being shown up in here. At the moment it doesn't work, the speed, because we didn't put the speed anywhere in our code. This is only declared and initialized at the top, but we are not really using it just yet, but we will. I just want to show you something. So now let's press play and see how it goes. So just click right and left, up and down, and as you can see, this is working pretty good, but not as good as we want it to be. It just goes too fast, doesn't it? So let's go back to the code, and here we have to make it universal so that it works exactly the same on different computers, because at the moment, if one computer is really powerful and have like, I don't know, 150 FPS, so it will be executed 150 times per second. But if we play this game on some slower computer, which can provide only 50 frames per second, then this function will be executed only 50 times per second. So if we put these two computers next to each other, you would see a significant difference between this game being shown on one computer and the other one. So that's why we have to maybe not always, but in many cases, if we use this update method or late update, we want to multiply those values by something called time delta time, which is the time between the frames, so that it makes all the movement and actions to be taken so that they will be unified and they will look exactly the same on different computers. So let's just press play and see how it goes. And now if I press right and left, you can see that it's moving, but at the moment it's too slow, isn't it? And whenever I press play, it's starting slow and speeding up, and whenever I release it, it's like slowing down as well. This is because we are using this get axis instead of get axis row. But before I change it, I want to multiply it by the player speed, so you can see the difference maybe a bit better. So let's save it and press play. Don't forget about saving the scripts. Okay, now it's looking much better, I think. And you can't really see it, but whenever I release the left button, our spaceship is like slowing down, and I don't like this effect in this project. I would like it to start immediately and stop immediately. In order to do it, we need to change this method to get axis row, like so. So you can type it and see the difference yourself. So save the script, go back and press play, and now whenever I release, it just stops immediately. Well done. Okay, we've got our player move, but today I want to show you something. If we go left, our player is going outside the boundary of our camera, and the same happens if we go up and down. And if we are going right, of course it's happening the same, but later on we will make our camera follow our player so that it goes right behind the player. But if it comes to the up and down and left, we don't really want it to follow the player, and we want our player to be confined so it doesn't go that far up and down and left, and probably right as well at some point. So we have to add some methods that will be clamping this movement, and there is a really nice method called clamp that we can use. So we can do it in our player movement. That would be appropriate, I might say. So let's go here, and just below the move method, let's create a new one of type void, and let's call it maybe clamp the movement. Okay, so we have it. First, we have to create a new vector that will get the actual player position. So let's create it. It will be of type vector 3 because it needs to get the player position. So let's get it, and let's call it player pose, and let's assign transform and position to it. So at the beginning, this vector will get the actual position of the player. So when it's get it, we have to clamp maybe first the X position. Okay, so let's use this player pose, and we have to use the X value of it and assign something to it. But what we have to assign? We have to clamp the value. So let's use math clamp, like so, and it needs 3 values. So actual value, which is this first one, then the minimum value and the max value. So what is the value that we are going to check? This is our player position x value or transform position x, which is pretty much the same. So let's just call player pos x. This is what we are going to check. And now we have to specify what needs to be the minimum position and the maximum. So let's call it, I don't know, 0f for now, and we will change it very shortly. I just want to show you how does it work. And the max will be 5f for now. I'm not going to clamp the y position yet, so that you can do it later on. Of course, I will show you how to do it, but I want you to try it yourself. And once it's clamped, so for example, if we want to go below 0 to the left, it will be clamped to 0, so we can't go any further to the left. So once it's clamped, we have to assign this player position vector again to the transform position. So now transform position is equal to player pos, like so, and that would be it. So when do we want to clamp it? I think we'll clamp it once the player has been moved. So first we move and then we clamp this movement. So let's save it and go back to Unity. So just remember, we clamped our player from 0 to 5. I will click on our Galaxy Fighter, and maybe I will unclick maximize on play and just press play again, so we can see our inspector window on the right. So now our X position is 0. I will go left, but I can't. I will go right, and it's all I can go, up to 5. Go left, and we can go only down to 0. Of course, when it comes to the y-axis, we can go whenever we want because we haven't clamped it yet. So as you can see, our movement is clamped from 0 to 5. So it's working fine. But what if we want to change it now? Of course, you can do it in the code, or we can create some public variables so we can access it from the Unity directly. So maybe let's do it. I will just create new public float variable and call it clamp x min. Actually, I should capitalize the first letter like so, and maybe let's assign some default value to it, like -8f for now. And the second variable will be pretty much the same as the first one. So instead of typing everything exactly the same, I will just use the shortcut Ctrl-D to duplicate this line of code, and here I will just change the min to max, and here we can just leave +8. And once it's created, we can change those values with our variables. So just copy it and paste it in here. Don't forget to save the script, because I had few occasions where I forgot about it and then went back to Unity and I was wondering why it didn't work. The thing was that I didn't save the script. Okay, let's have a look if it does work or not. Go back to the left, -8, and it stops. Go to the right, 8, and it stops. So this is working fine. Let's change this value to -6, for example, and 6 on the right side. Let's go to the left. Here we have it, -6, and to the right, and we have +6. So it's working fine. Let's change the speed to, let's say, 30 and see what's the difference. And the difference is really huge, isn't it? So as you can see, this is working fine. But just keep in mind that if you change some values in play mode, they're not going to be saved. You can experiment with the values in the play mode, but if you like some settings, just remember them, write them down, and then change them again in normal mode, because if you change anything in play mode, those changes are not being saved. Okay, so now just try to do the same thing with the Y position. And you might ask, what values should you use? Let's go back to Unity, and I will choose this move tool. Later on we will add here some bricks, but we can change it, it's not a problem. So let's get some default values for now. Let's say we want to go with our player up to that point, which is about 3.7. So maybe to make it even, I will just put 3.5. And if we go down, I will put minus 3.5 in that direction. So those are the values, which of course later on can be changed. It's not a problem. So here we will define new variables. So I Control D, and here of course I will Control D this one as well. I will move it down with left Alt and arrow down. If you click and hold Alt and use arrow up and down, you can move the lines up and down. So here we are changing X to Y, and let's change the default values from minus 3.5 to 3.5. And of course we have to add a new line. Can you do it yourself? Just pause the video, try to do it yourself to clamp our player in the Y position. This is really important so that you can figure it out yourself. I would encourage you to do it so that you learn every single variable, every single method that you write. This is your learning process. So you are going to learn more if you type everything instead of copying it. I'm showing you how to duplicate it, how to use the shortcuts, but you know, at the beginning it's best to write everything line by line. Okay, I will do it the same way. Player pause, and here we want to clamp Y position. So we want to assign the clamped value to it. So we are using math and clamp. Here we want to use player pause Y value, and we want to clamp minimum but with the Y, and maximum will be clamp Y max. Semicolon at the end, and I think we are done with it. So just minimize it. Let's see what's the default values. They are looking pretty good. So let's just press play and see if this is working fine. And it is, because why not? We go to the left and to the right, and superb. We'll leave the clamp X max as 8 for now, but of course when we will build our level, which will be definitely longer, then we will change this X max value so that our player can move to the right much further. But for now this is fine. Let's leave it as it is, and I see you in the next one. And don't forget, all the code will be available online, and the link will be in the first lesson in the PDF file, so you can see where you need to click to go and check the source code. See you later. Okay, it's time to add another really important functionality to our player, which is shooting. But before we can shoot, we have to create some bullet. So let's create something like a bullet. I will right click and create empty, and let's call it bullet. We've got our empty object created. I will reset its position. I don't like this gizmo of the camera, so I will get it hidden. I will just click on gizmos, and wherever is the camera icon, I'll click on it to hide it. And now I click on bullet again, and we want to get some sprite onto it, some graphics to see the bullet. So let's click add component and let's call sprite renderer. Here it is. So we added a new component called sprite renderer, and here in the sprite field we can choose some sprites that are in our project already. We added our Galaxy Fighter, but along with it there are a few sprites that Unity provides, and they're not great, but they would do for the bullet. So I will click on the knob, and here we have it. This will be our bullet, and it's up to you. If you like its shape as it is, you might leave it as it is, but maybe if you want to have it smaller on the y-axis like so, you can decrease the scale in the y direction to have it more like that. And I think I will keep it rounded like so. You can change its color by clicking on the color field and just choose, for example, red if you like it. And we need to add few more components. So definitely to have our bullet move, we need to add a new script to it. It will be pretty much similar to our player movements, but we won't be deciding about movement with our keyboard, so the user is not really deciding about it. That's why we are creating a new script. We can't use this one. So let's click create and then C# script, and let's call it a bullet. So click on bullet and add this script to the object. How to do it? You know it already, you can do it yourself. You can click on add component and just type bullet and double click on it, or you can just drag and drop it to the inspector window just to make sure the bullet is clicked so that you attach this component to the right object. Okay, we've got it sorted, so let's open this script and we have to move it. I think we can move it exactly the same as we moved our player by using translate method. Can you do it yourself? Try it. Just have a look in the player movement script. See what you can change, how to adapt it so that the bullet can move on its own to the right or to the left, maybe to the right first. So let's get into it. I will create a new variable that will be responsible for the bullet speed. So it will be of type float, and let's call it bullet speed. And let's assign some value to it, like 20f should be fine for now. Then let's get rid of the comment, and beneath let's create, maybe we'll create just move. Let's call it in the update straight away, even though there is nothing inside. So in order to move it, we have to create a new vector if we want. We don't really have to, but I think this is the best way of doing it, so we can see clearly line by line how it's being done, so do not get you confused. So let's create vector 2, for example. Let's call it move direction maybe. It's not only direction, because this will be everything like direction and the magnitude, speed and so on, but you know, let's just call it move direction. And now we are creating a new object out of it, so new vector 2. So for now I will just type 1f and I will type 0f when it comes to the y-axis, because we don't want it to go up and down, we just want it to go horizontally. Okay, so when it's done, let's go beneath, and we want to modify a little bit this vector to multiply it by time delta time so it's working exactly the same on different computers, and we want to multiply it by the speed. So let's use our move direction, and it's equal to move direction multiplied by time delta time, and then multiplied by bullet speed, like so. So once our vector is modified, we can call this translate method. So let's type transform and now translate, and we have to specify our vector, which is move direction, and semicolon at the end, and that should be it really. We are not using start method, so I will get rid of it. Maybe we'll need it later, I don't know just yet, but at the moment we're not using it, so let's delete it. Okay, save it, go back to the Unity, and let's see, we have our bullet in here. Let's see if it will shoot to the right, and it did, so it's fine. We need to add some more things to our bullets. We need to add components which will be responsible for detecting or making collisions possible, and this kind of component is called colliders. So let's just type collider, and because our bullet is rounded, I think we might use circle collider 2D. Don't forget, if you are doing 2D project, you have to use 2D components, because they will not work, because Unity has two different physics engines. One is for 3D and the other is for 2D, and we can't really mix them. So if we are doing 2D project, just stick with 2D. So double click on it, and as you can see, we've got this green line around our sprite, which will be detecting some collisions later on. And I think I will use it as a trigger. What is the difference? If you don't mark it as trigger, the real collision will happen. So like the bullet will just bounce off some other objects, and we don't really want it in this game. We want to keep it simple, just make it is trigger, so we only detect that collision, and we will do some action straight after it. So we won't be seeing any bouncing off. We'll destroy our bullet straight after it and get and add some damage to the object that we hit. To detect collision, we need one more component which is responsible for all the physics in the game, which is rigid body. And of course we are using 2D, so that we have to use rigid body 2D. We don't want this object to be dynamic because we are not using physics forces, but we want it only to be here to help detect the collisions. That's why we are changing from dynamic to kinematic, so that no physics will be available, but it just has to be there to detect collisions. So yes, it has to be here. So let's save it, and in the end we want to make a prefab out of it. How to do it? Because as you can see, we added a lot of different components. So now we want to save it as a prefab. So just grab it, click left and hold it, and just move it back to the project window. And here you can see the prefab was made out of it. Even if you click on it, you can see here that it's bullet prefab. And it's pretty easy to notify that it's a prefab because it's on the dark gray background. And if you add it to the hierarchy, it's written in blue. So all the prefabs will be in blue. So once you created a prefab out of it, you can delete it from the scene. Okay, so our bullet is pretty much done. It's not done completely. We will still be doing some changes to it, but we'll do it later when the times come. We've got our player and the bullet created already, and now it's time to shoot the bullet. So let's do it. I think we are going to create a new script for it. So let's just right click and create C# script, and I think I'll call it shooting. So once it's created, let's add it to our player. Just click on it and just drag and drop it straight onto that object. So you can see it's being added in the inspector. Let's open it. And now we have to create some reference to the prefab, to the bullet that is going to be shot out. So all the objects in our game are game objects, and that's the type of that object. So let's specify this game object. You have to write it down with the capital G, which is game object, like so. And now let's give it some name. I think we'll call it bullet prefab. I think it's pretty good name for it. And in order to assign it easily, we want to make this variable public. Okay, so now when you save it and go back to Unity, click on your Galactic Fighter, you can see that in the shooting script component, we have a free spot for some prefab to be assigned. So you can do it in two ways. You can just drag and drop it like so, or you can click this circle and just choose something from the assets. You have two tabs here, scene and assets. Scene is whatever is in the scene already, but our prefabs are not. We are using prefab from the assets. And you need to remember it whenever you want to instantiate something like we are doing it now. You have to always get this reference from the assets. Even if we added this bullet here and now we want to assign it, let me click on Galactic Fighter. So we cannot choose this prefab from the scene because it's not going to work as it should. You always should get prefabs from the asset folder, like so. So if it confuses you, just remember to get the prefab from here. Just drag and drop it and you will be fine. So let me delete the bullet from here, and that should be it for now. So we've got this reference set. Now we want to make our shooting possible. So let's open the script. Let's get rid of the comment and let's create a new function. It will be of type void. Let's call it shoot. Why not? And here we want to instantiate this bullet prefab. So let's create a new game object with the capital letter. Let's call it bullet, why not? And now we want to instantiate, so we call the instantiate method, open the parentheses, and here we have 10 different options. And the second one is to add the object that needs to be instantiated, and then to add the parent. Let's call bullets prefab because this is the object we want to instantiate, and then we need the parent for it. And at the moment the parent will be our player. And how to specify it? The parent will be the object that this script is attached to. So in order to get it, we just use game object. This time we are using game object with the small g, because we are referring to the game object that the script is attached to, not some other object. Every time you will be referring to the object that the script is attached to, you will be using game object with the small g. So now just use transform because we want to get this transform component. The bullet will be created, but we have to specify when it has to be created. So let's add some if statements. So if, and now when do you want the bullet to be created? I want it to be created when the fire button is pressed. So we'll getting input, and now get button down, and here we will specify the button name. So what's the button name? It's called Fire 1. How do I know about it? I will show you in a second, but I hope you remember this when we were talking about the axis with the movement X and Y. Just go to Unity, click on Edit, and it was in the project settings, input manager. Let me collapse it, and here you've got it, Fire 1, and this is left control, and mouse 0, which is left mouse button. Okay, let's close it. Whenever you press left mouse button, a new bullet game object will be created in the place where our spaceship was at the moment. So let's call this method in our update method should. Let's save it and see if it's working. Just save it, go back and press play. So I go there, press, and as you can see, it's working almost fine. Why almost? Because when I click and go up, you can see that the bullet is going up and down as well. Why is that? It is because, let me expand our Galaxy Fighter. We've got plenty of bullets here as a children of our spaceship. This is because when we are creating these game objects, they becomes children of this spaceship, because here we declared that it should be created as a child of it. So why we did it in the first place? We did it because we wanted to be instantiated in the same place where our spaceship was. That's why we decided to do it this way, but this is the only thing that was necessary, and once it's created in the proper spot, we have to unparent it. So we don't want to keep them as a children of our spaceship. So let's go beneath, and straight after they have been released, just unparent it. So let's reference this bullet, now transform, and let's call setParent method, and we have to specify a new parent, but we don't want those bullets to have any new parent, so we just type null. So there will be no other game object as a parent of those bullets. So let's see if it's going to work now. Let me shoot and see that it's not bad, is it? But now let's have a look. Once it's been shooted out and it's far behind our view, they're still there. Look, there are about 20 of bullets created that we don't need anymore. We should get rid of them. I think it takes about 2 seconds to go for those bullets to go out of the screen. So I think we might destroy them after 2 seconds. So where should we do it? I think we should do it in the bullet script. So just open it. We should create our start method that I deleted before. So let's type void and now start. Unity added this private access modifier on its own. This is by default, so we don't really need it. And when our bullet is created, our start method is executed. So in that method, we want to execute another method called destroy. And we want to destroy this game object that this script is attached to. So we have to call it by small g. And as a second argument, we are providing the time after which this game object needs to be destroyed. So I think we can add 2 seconds for now. If it's not enough, we can increase it later on, but for now let's stick to 2 seconds. So let's save it, let's minimize it and press play. Now we are shooting bullets and let's see, they are being deleted after 2 seconds. You see, it's pretty nice. Okay, because we can move and shoot already, we want to have a chance to damage something. So let's create our first enemy. I think we will create it out of the sprite we already have, which will be the same sprite as our spaceship. Later on we'll change it, but for now it's okay. We can just change the colors of it. So maybe our Galactic Fighter will be blue and our enemy that I'm going to create now, so let's call it enemy. I think we'll add component sprite renderer. Let's go into the sprites folder, click on enemy again and just assign it. And of course our enemy needs to be facing our direction, so let's just flip it and change the color of it to some red one, for example. Our enemy needs, as I said before with the bullets, in order to detect some collisions, they need to have a collider and the rigid body. So let's add those components. So add component and let's type collider. I don't know what type of collider should we use. It might be a circle collider or box collider. Let's use a box collider for now on. Remember about adding 2D. So this is it, and we are using is trigger. Next we need to add rigid body 2D and change it from dynamic to kinematic. And okay, of course we need to reset positions. Let me go up and see if some collisions happens. I will shoot and nothing is happening, and you might ask why. The collision is detected and I will prove it to you. So let's go to our bullet and let's add a special method that Unity knows and prepares for us, which is called onTriggerEnter. Because we ticked this is trigger, that's why we are calling onTriggerEnter. So whenever something enters this collider, something will happen. At the moment nothing happens just yet because we didn't provide any instructions, but when the collision happens, in this variable will be stored all the informations about the object that we collided with. So let's say we want to print the name of the object that we collided with. So let's print, and here we need to use this variable, so collision and transform, and we want to use its name. So whenever a collision happens in the console, we should see the name of it, which is enemy. So let's have a look. Let's go up, shoot, and here you have it, enemy. What else? I think that whenever we hit something with the bullet should be destroyed. So once we get its name, let's destroy this game object straight away. So we don't have to provide the time if we want to destroy this bullet straight away. So let's save it, go back and press play. And now if we go up, shoot, the enemy is being shown and the bullet was destroyed. So the collision is happening. I will show you how to destroy this game object really easily. We can do it the same way as we destroyed our bullet. So let's go here and type destroy, and here we have to specify this variable that holds all the information about the object that we collided with. So just type collision, and now we have to specify game object because we want to destroy that game object that we collide with. So let's save it, press play, and now go up, shoot, and as you can see, the name was printed, the enemy was destroyed, and straight after it our bullet was destroyed. So it's working fine. But I don't want to do it this way. I think that all the instructions about destroying some other game objects should be written in some script that is attached to that game object. So I don't want to decide about this object in this script. So let me delete this line of code as well. I think I will leave this destroy here for now. Later on we might change it as well. So for now we've got it sorted. We can shoot. We've got our enemy with all the components added to it. So later on we will make it right so that enemy gets damaged once we shoot it. Today we are going to create some HP script or whatever we call it, stats or whatever, so that we can attach the script to any game object that can be destroyed. So we'll specify how many health points it's got, and once its health points go below 0, then this object will be destroyed. So let's do it. I think I call it health points, so just in short it will be called HP. Just remember to name your script starting with the capital letter, and let's open it. And here on the top I will specify some public, and maybe let's put it as integer, and let's call it health points. And I think we will create two variables with initial health points and actual health points so that we can compare these two values. So it will be initial HP, and we might assign some default value to it, let's say 1, and just below we will get actual HP. So just type it actual HP, and we are not going to assign any value to it just yet, and it can be public because it will be modified by the script itself. So once the object is being created or the scene is started, we want to assign some value to it. So in the start method we will assign this initial HP to that. Type initial HP. We want to get rid of comments, that's for sure, and we want to create a new method which will be public, so that whenever we hit something we can call this method and get some damage. So let's type public void add damage. In our add damage function we want to deduct some damage points from our actual HP. We will just type actual HP minus equals, and know what? How many points we want to deduct? We don't know it. We might say that every object in the scene will be adding 1 point of damage, but that would be a little bit too easy maybe. So let's just pass this parameter in this function. It will be of type int, and let's call it damage. So we want to deduct the damage points. Maybe damage points will be more descriptive, so just copy it and paste it here. And now we want to check if this actual HP will be less than 0, then we want to destroy this game object. So if actual HP is less or equal to 0, then just destroy this game object straight away. And okay, let's get rid of the update method for now. We are moving to our bullet script, and here whenever the collision appears we want to get reference to this HP script and call this add damage method. So let's go here and before we destroy the bullet, we want to get into this object that we collided with. So we type collision, and then we get in component, which is HP, and inside this component we want to call the method that we just created, which is add damage. And here we need to specify how much damage we want to add. So for now we just type 2. We will be changing this damage value later on, but this will be more complicated. So for now just stick with it, with the constant value like 2, and let's have a look if this is working. So let's go back to Unity. Our enemy has initial health points set to 4 in here, so we have to shoot him twice in order to destroy him. 1, 2, and it's done. So if we want to have somebody really hard to destroy, we can put like 10, press play, and now we would have to shoot him 5 times to kill it, and it's working fine. So for now we'll leave it as it is. Of course I created a prefab out of the enemy so that it's here. We can make our project a bit more neat. So I create new folder and call it prefabs, and I create another folder called scripts, and we'll add all the scripts inside of that folder. Now I will get those 2 prefabs and move them to the prefabs folder. I forgot about one thing. Let's go to the bullet, and here we want to get into the HP component. But what if some object will not have this component? We'll get an error. So in order to not get an error, we have to check if this component exists. So we have to copy it, paste it here. So we are checking if on this object that we collided with, if it's got this component HP, then we want to get into it and call this method like so. And actually we want to destroy our bullet anytime. So I will just move it outside this if statement. But I think if you have a look, we are trying to get this component twice. This is the first time when we are checking it, and here is the second time to execute the function that is inside of that script. So if we are making the same instruction twice, we can create a variable out of it and just try to get into that component just once. So let's create a new variable of type HP, and I call it HP script, and let's assign this collision get component HP to it like so. And now we are checking if this HP exists, so just paste it here, and here we can use this component as well like so. So this is much better because we are getting this component only once. So just minimize it and press play to see if it's working. Go up, shoot few times, and we are done. Now we are going to improve a little bit this adding damage logic. So if you open HP script, you can see that we are adding damage and we are passing some parameter. But if we go to our bullet, we type 2 as a constant, but I want to get into this bullet script when it's being created, so I can specify this bullet speed and the bullet attack at the moment when this bullet is being shooted out of the player, for example. So in order to do it, maybe I will add another variable, float, and I call it attack. and let's assign some 1f value to it at the beginning. And I want to create a new method, and I call it initialize object. So it has to be public because we want to call it from some other place in our scene. It will be void, and I call it initialize object. And here we want to pass two parameters. We want to pass the bullet speed and the bullet attack. So let's type float bullet speed and float attack. And once it's passed, we want to change those variables that are created here. So let's put this, which means that we are referring to those variables that are created in this class. So let's call bullet speed equals to bullet speed that is being transferred by this method. And below we want to reference the attack and assign the attack value that is being passed with this method. And that should be fine. And now instead of this 2, we want to pass this attack. Save it. It cannot convert from float to int, so we are passing integer values, so we have to change the type of this attack value to the integer. So I will just remove an f, and here we have to specify an int as well, so that it's going to work fine. Okay, so we have this all prepared. So now let's go to the place where we are shooting our bullet. So let's open our shooting script, and now let's go to the place where the bullet is instantiated. So I think we might do it before we unparent it. So let's go beneath, and now just type bullet, and we need to get into the bullet script. So we have to type get component, and now bullet, and here we have to call initialize object method, and we have to pass some values. So we want to pass the value what should be the direction and the speed of the bullet. So let's put like 30 for example, and we have to specify the strength or the attack of this bullet. So let's put 4. And now each bullet that is being shooted out of our player for now will be shooted with those values. So let's have a look. Let's minimize it. Let's see our enemy, how many HP it's got. It's got 10. So we should be able to kill it with 3 shots. Let's press play and go up 1, 2, 3, and it's done. So let's add like 8. So we should be able to kill it with 2 shots only. So let's go up 1, 2. Yes, it is working. Now we can create some new variables and make them public so that we can change those values in the inspector. So in the shooting, just go to the top and make it public, float, and let's call it bullet speed. And let's assign some value to it, like 20f for now. And let's create public int, and I think we'll call it attack and assign a value of 1 to it for now. So let's copy it and paste it in here, and let's copy the attack variable and paste it here. So now minimize it, click on the Galaxy Fighter, and here are those values. So let's see if it's working. It's 20 and 1, and our enemy health points is 8, so we have to shoot him 8 times, like so. Okay, So let's change those values, put like 8, and here let's put 100, so it will be really fast. Let's go back with our enemy, go up, shoot, and it's working like a charm. So as you can see, this is pretty nice, and now we can assign this shooting to some other objects, but of course that would be a little bit pointless. But let me show you something. I'll create a silly object, create empty, and I will add some sprite renderer to it. And now I will reset its position, and let's add some, I don't know, this square to it, why not? And it's enough if I only add this shooting script to it, like so, and we have to specify this bullet prefab, which will be in the prefabs. And now if I press play, we'll be able to shoot from those two objects, and they both have different values of speed and attack. Isn't that beautiful? Okay, so let me delete it, and I think that would be it for now. Okay, it's time to add some shooting functionality to our enemy. And I was thinking how to make it right so that you can manipulate with it quite a lot. And I think we are going to make it a bit different than we've done it with our spaceship, because at the moment with our Galaxy Fighter, we are shooting out of it from the middle of that ship. But I was thinking that that would be a really nice feature if we could add lots of guns to our enemy, like 1, 2, even 3 different guns, so that they can shoot like 3 bullets at the same time. That would be really awesome. And I want to make it modular so that you can make one enemy to shoot 3 bullets at the time, some other one can shoot only 1, and some even other one can shoot 2 bullets at the same time. So I like this variety, and I would like to make it so that you can do it with your enemy. So how to do it? I thought that we can make it like it's in real life. So we'll create object called gun, for example, and we will be adding it to the enemy. So let's do it. Let's right click and create empty. Let's call it gun. Maybe I will add this little icon to it so that we know where is it, like so. And let's reset position. And now we need to add some script to it so that it can shoot out. It will be a bit similar to the script we are using with our shooting. Actually, we can use the same script probably. Let me see if we can use it or not. Just click on the gun, go to the scripts, and try to assign the script to the gun. And of course, this gun will have to shoot to the left, so the bullet speed needs to have negative number, like -10, attack 1, and we need to assign some prefab to it. So let's go to prefab, bullet, and let's see. Of course, shooting is invoked by left mouse button, as it is here, but we can make it so we can tick whether it's a player or it's an enemy. If it's a player, we would invoke this part of code, and if it is not our player, we'll get some other part of code for the enemy. So let's do it now. So in the shoot, we need to specify if this is a player. So let's create a public bool, and let's call it is it player. And by default, we'll put it as false. And now we have to check it if is it player. If it is, then we are checking for left mouse button click, and then the magic happens. But if this is not the player, so now we are going to add else statement, and here will be the portion of the code for the enemies. Actually, we can copy it. We'll get the game object transform. That's correct. We need to initialize the bullet. That's exactly the same, really. And we need to unparent it later on, which is the same. That's absolutely fine. But here we need to count some time, because if we invoked it at the moment, it would be shooting like crazy. Every frame this method would be called, so there would be a lot of bullets going on, and I will show you that maybe. Let's go to Unity, and now with our gun, is it a player? No, it's not. Maybe I will move it up a little bit to see, and maybe I will make it like -2 to see if it's really going to the left. Our player is shooting like a crazy because we didn't mark it as it is a player. So let's mark it and press play again. And it's fine. The bullet is coming out, but it's being destroyed by its own. Why it's happening? It's happening because those bullets are being shot so quick that they touch each other, and that's why they destroy each other, because on trigger enter is working, and that's why whenever they collide they destroy each other. To make it right, we have to specify some timer for our shooting script, and let's call this like shooting rate. So we'll create a public variable, and let's make it of type float, and let's call it shooting rate. And by default, let's assign a value of 1 to it. So now we need to specify some timer. So here in else statement, we are going to create, maybe we are going to create this variable on top as well. So let's call it counter and assign a 0 to it for the beginning. You can add F if you want. If you don't really have to. And here we are increasing this value. So in every frame we want this counter to increase by the time delta time. And when this counter will be more than the shooting rate, then we want to shoot. So if counter is bigger than shooting rate, then we want to execute these 3 lines of code. And after it has been shot, we want to reset counter back to 0. So counter equals 0, and everything will start all over again. See if it's alright, and it looks like it is. Let me press play and see 1 bullet, second one, third one, and as you can see, the shooting rate is fine. So now let's increase the bullet speed like -10 for now, and shooting rate, you know, this is like a seconds. So if we put 2, then every bullet will come out every 2 seconds. And if you want it to be faster, then you have to add a fraction of it, like 0.5. So now it should go faster. So now 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. So this is working. Our gun is working fine. We can just assign it to our enemy. We can just drag and drop it to enemy. And now we will duplicate it, so our enemy has 2 guns. And let's position it. So maybe I will just reset its position. So as you can see, it was moved to the parent object, and I will move it up a little bit and maybe something like that. And now the second gun, we will reset it as well and put it down, move to the left. And if you want it to be in equal distance, then you have to check it. This one is minus 0.3 and this is 0.5, for example, for the even numbers. So now here we have to do the same, minus 3 and here minus 0.5, and now it should be equal. So we changed our prefab, so now we have to override it. So just click on overrides and apply all. Now press play and see if this is working. And this is because you can see some bullets shooting out, but those bullets are killing our enemy as well, which is not great, is it? In that case, we're supposed to create some other bullet that will be shot out from all the enemies. So let's go to prefabs, let's add bullet to the scene and just unpack it. Unpack prefab and maybe change the color to some orange for now. We will call it bullet, maybe bullet enemy. And now we can create a prefab out of it. So we have two bullets now. If you click on the gun in the enemy, you can assign this bullet enemy to this bullet prefab, and to the other gun do the same. And we should save our enemy. So just click on overrides, apply all. But it didn't really change anything. We still will have the same situation. If we shoot it, those bullets will still kill our enemy. So what can we do? We can create some layers so that we can decide whether these bullets can interact with our enemy. So that's the best way actually of doing it, and we are going to make it. Click on the enemy and here you've got the layers. You click on the default and here just press on add layer. Here we are going to add few more layers. The first one will be enemy. The second one can be bullet enemy. And we are going to need a lot more, like the player. It's good to have it on different layer as well. And it's good to have the player bullet as well on different layer. So I will just call it bullet player. The next one would be some trigger, and probably I need to put double G. And that would be it for now. Later on we'll see if we need any more or not. So just go back and click on enemy again. Just click layers and choose enemy. And yes, change children as well. But now we have to click on bullet enemy and click layer and choose bullet enemy. And of course we need to override it. Just check if, oh, here I didn't override it. I will delete our bullet enemy from the scene, and I can tell you straight away that it won't work. So we are shooting, as you can see, and it's still killing our enemy. So why this is happening if we put those objects on different layers? This is because we didn't specify how those collisions should work and which layers should interact with each other. So the place where we are going to do it is in edit and now in project settings. And here you can click on physics 2D because we are working with 2D project, and on the very bottom you have all the layers that were by default and all the layers that we just created. And here you can decide what collision should happen between what layers. And for sure, we don't want the bullet enemy to interact with the enemy. So you have to find the line that crosses the enemy and the bullet enemy, which would be here, because here we've got bullet enemy and here is an enemy. So here we have to untick it. And now you can decide whether you want some other enemies to interact with other enemies, like if one enemy spaceship can hit the other enemy spaceship and destroy each other or not. I would prefer them to not destroy each other, so I will untick it as well. And I don't want my bullet, so the player bullet, to kill the player. So bullet player and the player, I will untick it as well. The rest we will change it later as the time goes, but at the moment I think we should be fine with the settings we already have. So let me press play and see if it helped. And look, the bullets are shooting out. They make no harm to the enemy itself, and actually they don't do any harm to us as well. So you might ask why. They make no harm to us because if you click on our Galaxy Fighter, you can see that we have no components responsible for collisions. Do you remember what kind of components do we need to detect collisions? Try to add them on your own, and I will do it myself now. We need collider. I think I will use box collider 2D, and I'll mark it as trigger, like so. And we need rigid body as well. Rigid body 2D, and we need to change it from dynamic to kinematic. So now save it, press play and see if it's going to work. They shoot us, pah, and we are gone. So this is working fine. It's up to you how many guns you want to have on your enemy. You can duplicate one of the gun, move it to the middle, for example, if you really want to, and just press play and see if it's working. Now they should be shooting out 3 bullets at the same time. If you want to go really crazy, you can duplicate it even more, go up and duplicate it, go down, and have a really powerful enemy, which would be really hard to destroy. But it's up to you, you can do it, not a problem. I will just delete the guns I added recently. And don't forget that whenever you make any changes to the prefab, just go to overrides and click apply all. Of course, I deleted all the guns that I added, so I don't have to do it. But in case you change something, just go and check if you need to apply any changes. Our shooting script is quite universal, so we can use it on our player and all the enemies, and we created the gun that can be added to any object and it will work on its own. And actually I will just duplicate it for a little bit and move it out of the enemy, reset the position of it, and I will make a prefab out of it. So I just move it down, and here maybe I will change the name of it, so it's gun, and now I can delete it. So whenever we create a new enemy, like so, we can add this gun to it straight away. And of course, don't forget to reset the position so that it's visible. So now press play and see if it's shooting. So well done, and I see you in the next one. Okay, in the previous lesson we created guns, so they work pretty much automatically. But when you press play, our enemy starts shooting straight away. But when we are going to build our level, some of the enemies would be far away, and we don't really want them to shoot straight away, because first of all, why would they do that? They can't even see us and they are too far to make any harm to us. That's the first thing. And the second thing is that all the objects that are being instantiated here, and as you have a look, our enemy is creating 2 bullets every time they shoot, so they create quite a lot of these bullets, so it makes our memory to fill up quite easily. So we don't want it. We want those enemies to start shooting when we come close to them. So how can we deal with it? We could check our player position all the time and see if this distance is less than some value that we decide what this value should be. Then we can initialize this shooting, or we can create a trigger and put it in some place in front of the enemy, and whenever we hit that trigger, then it would start shooting. So today I will show you how to do it with the distance. So let's go to the shooting script. We need to specify some distance when we come into that the enemy should start shooting. Let's make it public for now. It will be of type float, and maybe distance, maybe trigger distance, that would be a good name. And maybe we can just put some default value of, I would say 20 for now. In the start method, we are going to find our player. Let's create start method because we deleted it before. And in the start method, we are going to find the player. But before we do it, we need to create this variable. Create a new object of type GameObject, and let's call it player. And in the start, we are going to find it. And how can we find our player? Let's go to our player and see how can we find it. Our player will have a specific script called player movement. This is the only object that will hold this script, so we could find it by this script, or we can just add a tag player to it. Here you've got tags and you can choose player. That would be really easy to do. So let's do it by tag. So go back to the code, and here we are going to find it by the tag. So we are typing GameObject with the capital letter, and now find GameObject with tag. Don't confuse with objects. We want to find only one object, so we are choosing find GameObject with tag. And here we have to specify this tag, which is player. And that's it. Here in this variable, we will hold our player. In should, if it's not the player, so here in else, we have to specify and we have to check if our player is in a good distance. We can add another if statement. If player transform and position X, we want to check the X position minus, and now we have to check this gun location. So we are using GameObject transform position, and if this distance is less than trigger distance, then we want to start shooting. So we'll get all of that, pull it up, go back to Unity, and let me see what's the distance at the moment. We've got our Galaxy Fighter on the -6 and the enemy is on 10, and the gun is a little bit off, so we don't have to care about it. So let's move it to the right, so we know that the distance is more than 20. So it's 16 and 6, it's nearly 22, so we should be fine. So if I press play, the enemy shouldn't be shooting, but it is. Why? So let's go back to the code and see where was the mistake. We are on the negative now. So we are on -6, -20 is -26, and that is less than the trigger distance. So we have to do it a little bit different. Enemy would be always on the right, so the value of position of the enemy will always be greater than the position of the player. So actually we should check it first. So this position minus player position should be less than the trigger distance. That's the way it should be written in the first place. So now if the game object is on 20 and our player is on 6, that will be 14 distance, and 14 is less than 20, so it should start shooting. And at the moment the gun is on 20 and our player is on -6, so 20 minus -6 is 20 plus 6, so it's 26, and 26 is not less than 20, so it shouldn't be shooting. So let's just have a look if that sorted out the mistake, and let's press play, and as you can see, there is no shooting. I can shoot, but nothing happens. So now if I go right, the enemy started shooting. So that was pretty easy, wasn't it? So there is one more thing we have to change in our shooting script, because actually when our enemy will move to the left, so that is behind our player, then it can make no harm to us anymore, and we should really tell him to stop shooting then, because it will be far behind, so we don't need it to generate any more bullets. So we have to specify if this distance between the enemy and our player is less than 0, then it shouldn't be shooting. So the condition would be that it should shoot when the distance between them is more than 0. So let's go back to the code, and here we've got one condition, and now we are going to add another one. So just type and, we can copy all of this and paste it here, and if this distance has to be bigger than 0 actually. Okay, so let us have a look if this is working. So now let's add some -4 movement speed to our enemy and see if it goes behind our player if it stops shooting. So let's press play. Let's go down a little bit, and yes, I think it stopped shooting. Yes, there is no new bullet created in our hierarchy window. It is as it should be. It's time to move our enemy, and I was thinking how to progress with it, because we made our shooting universal so that we can use it on our player and on our enemies as well. But then I thought that I don't want to make those scripts that complicated. So I thought we are going to create a new script for the movement, and we will attach it to our enemy objects. So let's create a new script and let's call it enemy movement. Okay, and I think we are going to use quite a lot of our player movement, but I don't want to copy it. I want you to write it down on your own. So first of all, just grab your script and attach it to the enemy, like so. It will be here. Just override the prefab, and now we can open the script. I want you to try, you can have a look in the player movement script and just try to make the enemy move to the left, and create some public variables so that you can decide about the direction and the speed of this enemy object. So first of all, I will get rid of the comments, and here on the top I will create this public variable of type float, which will be movement speed, and I will make it -10 by default. And now, because it will be quite universal as it is with the shooting, so that if you type negative number you will go left, and if you type positive number you can go right, but we should declare it, we should let somebody know about it. So we can use some properties for our variables, and we can use something like header. So if you open square brackets and type header, and now you can open the parentheses, and here you can add some message, maybe negative to move left, positive to move right, something like that. So let me save it and show you how does it look in our inspector. Just click on the enemy, and here you've got this message, negative to move left, positive to move right, and everything is clear. If you type negative number you will go left, if you type +10 you'll go right. That's easy, isn't it? So let's go back to the code and let's create a new function of type void, and let's call it move. We can create a new vector if we want to, so let's do it. It will be vector 2, and let's call it move. And now we'll create a new vector out of it, and we need to specify some values. So let's put 1f and maybe 0f for now. Or maybe I will show you something different with this example, because this is the way we've done it with our player. If we open player movement, so you can see that we've did it. We created move x, move y, then created vector out of it, and we use the translate method. So maybe now I will show you something different. So let's go to enemy, and I will create vector 3 for now, and I call it position, maybe pose. And now I will assign the current position of our enemy. So we are putting transform and position, and now we want to change this position, but for now only in the x-axis. We wanted our enemy to go linear to the left or to the right. It's up to you. We are going to change the vector pose and the x value of it, and we are going to increase it by this movement speed that we created on the top, multiplied by time delta time, so that it looks exactly the same on every and each computer. So once we change this x value of this vector, we have to assign this vector back to the transform position. So now transform position equals pose, and that would be it. So now we have to call it in the update method, and let's go back to Unity and see if it's working. I click on the enemy. Let me have a look. It's -10, so it should be fine. Press play and let us see. Yes, this is going to the left. That's totally fine. How strange it is looking now, because the movement speed of the enemy is -10, and I think that the gun, the bullet speed, is -10 as well. So if we shoot it, it travels along with the enemy, which looks a bit silly, doesn't it? So let's make our enemy movement speed a bit slower, like -5, and let's override it. And I think with the guns, we are going to change the bullet speed to maybe 15 for now. So let's just check if both were changed. Yes, they were. So let's press play, and now it's looking much better. Okay, this is cool. So we've got our enemy moving, but again, I don't really want it to move to the left all the time, because for example, it would be far away. Yes, this is our enemy. It would be somewhere there. And when we press play, and for example, for some reason, we won't go to the right, we'll just be sitting here, so it will come to us. And later on, if we just, try to avoid it or shoot it, in general, if we don't go right, all the objects will come on us. And if we survive, then whenever we go to the right, there will be nothing waiting for us down there. So the level would be a bit silly, I would say. So I think that we will trigger this movement the same way that we trigger the shooting. So we'll check the distance, and if the distance is less than some value, then our enemy will start moving to the left. I think that would be a really nice way of doing it. So let's go to enemy movement and create some new variable of type float, and let's call it the same, like trigger distance, and let's assign a value of 20 to it like we did before. Here in the move we will check if, and now we are checking this enemy object first, game object transform position minus and the player position. So we have to find our player first. So in the start method and above it, we have to create it. So let's create game object, call it player. And here in the start, we'll assign to the player game object. And now we have to find it. So just type find game object with tag. And let's call it player. If game object transform minus player, transform and position, and if that difference is less than trigger distance, then the magic should happen. So now we will move it up, and here of course we are checking the X position. Okay, let's have a look if that works or not. So let me press play, and now our enemy should not be moving, and it's not. So let's go. Oh, I've just clicked and I was killed. Let me see again. Yes, I'm clicking and I got killed, which is not correct. Why it's happening? I didn't move our player to the player layer. We have to change the bullet layer to the bullet player, of course. It should be like that. So now press play and it should be working. Yes, that's okay. So now let's go to the right, and I think yes, and it started. It didn't come to us. Why? Because we got an error. Missing reference exception. The object of the game object has been destroyed, but you're still trying to access it. Your script should either check if it's null or you should not destroy the object. And now you might ask what's going on. So let me show you. We are checking the distance between the game object, the enemy, and our player. But now, what happens if our player is killed? There is no more the reference, and the script can't get the player object, and that's why it gets error. So we should check if our player exists, and if it exists, then we should do it. So how to do it? We can do a separate if statement, or we can first check if player exists and game object tra-la-la-la-la, and so on. Okay, so now if we do something like that, it should be working fine. So let's go to the right. Now it's triggered. It should be coming on us, and we are killed, and this is not moving anymore. And the same thing is happening with the shooting. As you can see, we still get these errors. So we should make this check with our shooting script as well. So let's go back to shoot, and here before we calculate this distance, we should check if the player exists and if the distance is less than the trigger distance. Just save it and press play again. Let's go to the right to trigger our enemy. To see it coming, I will get killed. It stops because it can't go to the left anymore, and our console is free of errors. Today we are going to make a really nice feature about the movement, because at the moment our enemy can move to the left and to the right, but they can go only in the straight line. And I want it to go like in the parabola movement or sinusoidal movement if you wish. We are going to implement some math into our code. So let's open our enemy movement, and I think we are going to create some bool variable that will be public, because maybe not always we want our enemies to go like that. We want to decide whether they will go in sinusoidal movement or in the straight line. So we have to decide about it. So let's create our public bool, and let's call it is sinusoidal movement, and let's by default assign false value to it. So by default it will go in the straight line. If we have this bool value, we have to add if statement, and I think we might do it somewhere here, because we have to add some new line of code, because x will stay as it is, but we need to decide about the y value. So let's go here and maybe just beneath implement this y value. So here we have to use position y, and now we are going to assign the math method to it, which is sin. And now we have to use time, so we are calling time and time. Now we have to multiply it by the speed of going up and down. So we have to specify it on the top, so you can change it in the inspector. So let's go beneath and create public float, and let's call it up down speed, and let's assign some value to it, maybe 3f for the beginning. So let's go back, and here we will implement it. What you need to know, look, this sin value is returning the value between -1 and 1, because this is how the sinus is working. If you want to specify how far up and how far down this object should go, we have to multiply it by some value, and this will be like the top and bottom border value. Okay, so here we create a new variable of type float, and let's call it up down, maybe max position, and let's assign a 3f to it as well. Why 3f? Because let me show you, if you use your enemy, you can go up about to 3.5, something like that. So we can even do 3.5, but it's not a problem. You can change it later on here in the inspector. So I just put 3f for now and multiply it by up down max position and semicolon at the end. But at the moment, all the enemies or all the objects that will hold this enemy movement will be going up and down, because we didn't use this if statement to check if it is sinusoidal movement. If is sinusoidal movement, then we want to do it, and if not, then this won't be taken into account and it will go as it did before. So let's save it, go back to Unity and see if it's working. Click on the enemy, go down to enemy movement, and if we want to go sinusoidal movement, just click on it and press play. And now you can see that this is working fine, but we were killed too quick. But now let's check if we untick it and press play, if it will go in linear movement, and it is. So it's working like a charm. Look, we've got few public variables that can change our object's movement drastically. We can change its speed. If it goes left to the right, we will make it trigger distance. We can even add some, bool value to decide whether we want to check this trigger distance or not. But I think we'll leave it as it is. And then we can decide about sinusoidal movement. What's the up and down speed? You can increase it so it will go up and down like a crazy, twice as fast. So let me see, you see, it goes much faster. And you can decide about up and down position. You can put 1, so it will go up and down only a little bit, like so. And we can even shift it so it can go like that, but only, like on the bottom of the screen. So we would have to add another variable and call it shift, up and down shift maybe. So let's do it. I will show you how to do it. So beneath, just create public float, and let's call it up down shift. And by default, I will assign 0 to it, so there is no shift at all. Once it's all been calculated, we want to add this shift to it, so up down shift, like so. So at the moment there should be no difference because we assign 0 to it, but now I will make this shift. So if you want it to go on the top, you can add something like 2, for example, and now if you press play, it will be shifted to the top, you see? And if you want it to travel on the bottom of the screen, you can put -2. So let me press play and you'll see it on the bottom. And that's beautiful, isn't it? Our script is so universal, you can do so many things with it. I will just apply our prefab, and yes, you can create a lot of different movements with your different enemies now. Okay, I think it's time to add some bricks to our scene, but before we do it, because we still have the name of our scene called sample scene and I don't like it, so let's change this name to, let's say, level 1 and reload. And now let's add some sprites to our project. So right click, import new asset, and here in the folder that you downloaded, there will be bricks sprite to import. So just import it. And I think in our level, we are going to create empty, and let's reset its position. And inside we'll create another empty, and the position is fine now, and we'll call it bricks. Maybe here I can call it like the background. So here we created a new empty because it will hold only our bricks, and then we'll add some other stuff as well. So let me move our first brick here and let me see how it looks like. I think they are a bit too big. What do you think? I think I want to make them smaller, and definitely I want to make them children of that empty game object. And now let's scale them down, or maybe I'm not going to scale them down. Maybe later on I will scale the whole parent object and we'll see how that would look like. Let me leave it as it is. Now I will duplicate it, move to the right, and we want to snap it so they looks perfectly. So just type or press V on your keyboard, or V, and now you have this spot. You can decide which vertex you want to snap and just click and move to the left, and they have been snapped and they look really nice. So now we can just mark both of them. I think I will be using this rect tool as I prefer it. And now Ctrl D, move it to the right, zoom in a little bit, press V and decide which vertex you want to use and snap it. Now we can just take all 4, Ctrl D, no, not the one, move to the right, V, snap it, and just grab all of them, so that's much quicker. Ctrl D, move to the right, V, and snap it. And now you have to decide if this length of the level is fine for you. If it is, leave it as it is. If it's not, you can add few more, but I think I will leave it as it is for now. I will just grab the top of it and duplicate it, move it to the bottom, but it's hard now. I have to zoom in a little bit, and with pressed shift you can slide it along one axis, and I will do something like that. Let me see how does it look like. I think that the bottom we can move it up a little bit. I don't know if I mentioned it before or not, but I'm using here not 3 aspect but 16:9. If you have 3 aspect, change it to 16:9. That would be a good ratio for the full HD resolution. And go back to the scene and let's move it up a little bit like so. Okay, that should be fine. We can, for example, change color of it if you really like. So you can right click and select children, click, and now with Ctrl unclick the parent object, and choose the color. Choose whatever you like. You want to have it orange, you can have orange, no problem. So as you can see, it's really easy to change the color of many objects. Maybe I will try to scale it with the y-axis, like so. Yes, I think it will look a bit better. So in that case, let me select it again and move it up. So move it up with the shift so that it overlaps a little bit the camera. And now I will select everything on the bottom. Make sure to select only the bricks itself. And with the shift, I will move it down so that it overlaps the camera as well, like so. Okay, just save it. And I think, yeah, that might be right. I'll leave it as it is. So now we can check if our movement is correct. I will just collapse it, go to Galactic Fighter and choose Move Tool, go up. And now you can see that we can go up to about 3.6. So if we can go up that much, we can change it in our script. We can go to player movement, and here where we have this clamp min and clamp max and so on, we can change those values to 3.6, for example. So we can go up and down a bit further. So save it and click on Galactic Fighter again, and you can see that it wasn't changed here because Unity serialize values, but now it would be fine. So we can go up and down that far. Today we are going to make our camera to follow the player. So let's create a new script because we'll need some separate script for it. So C# script, and let's call it camera follow. Let's open it. So let's go back to Unity and double click on the camera follow script. We need to have a reference to the object that the camera needs to follow. So we created it few times already, so you can make a reference to the player yourself. Try it on your own. We have to make game object, so we are making a new variable. Let's call it player. In the start method, we are going to make this reference and assign some method to it, and we are looking for game object with capital G, and then we are trying to find game object with tag, and the tag of our player is player. Okay, so once the player is found, we can create a new method. Let's get rid of this comment and create a method on the bottom. So void, and let's call it follow the player, parentheses and curly brackets. Here we have to decide how do we want the camera to follow the player. I think we want it to follow only when it comes to the X position, because our player is confined with the Y-axis, so we can't go up and down too far. So we stay in the camera view all the time when it comes to the vertical position. So I think we need to follow our player only in the X direction. So I think we are going to create 3 different values for X, Y and Z of the position. So let's do it. So float X will be equal to the same position as the player. So let's call player and now transform position and X. Next we go to the Y position. So Y should stay on 0 as it is, or we can just choose the camera default position. So you can use game object and transform position and Y, so that it will take the position that the camera is on at the moment. Float Z, we should do the same thing. So we'll copy it, but of course we have to change Y to Z, like so. And once those 3 values are defined, we will assign them to the new position of the camera. We just call game object, transform and position. And now we need to assign to it a new vector 3 of those coordinates, so x, y, and z. We have to call this function every frame, but we don't really want to call it in the update, because you never know which update will be called first. What if this update with the camera is called first, and we want to follow the player, but the player hasn't moved yet? So in that case, we need to call this function in late update to be sure that all the movement of our player has already been done, and then we can take this player position and move the camera accordingly. So this is how it should look like really. So let's go back to Unity and see. I think we need to attach the script to the camera. Click on it to be sure it is attached. It is. So now just press play and see how it goes. And you can see that something strange just happened, because when we started, the camera has been moved. Because look, we are taking the player position and the player is on -6 about. Let's make it equal, -6. And the camera is on position 0. So when we press play, the camera has been moved to -6, but it should stay on 0. So it should be 6 digits to the right. That's why we need to add some offset. We need to make the camera to be more to the right. So we go back to the code, and when we assign the X position, we actually should add 6 to it, so that the camera is always a bit to the right. So minimize it and press play again to see if it works. And as you can see, this is working pretty good. If we go to the left, probably it's a bit too much, so we would have to confine our enemy movement to not go that far to the left. It should go to about -6, I would say. Let's put -6. Yes, this is looking fine. So let's go back to the player script. Where do we have it? Player movement. Or just click on Galactic Fighter and we can change this clamp X minimum and maximum. But I would prefer to change it first in the script itself. So I will open player movement, and here I will put -6, save it, and go back to Unity once again, and I will move it to the right somewhere there, and I think we can confine it or clamp to about 80. So this is the location that our player can go that far, and we don't want it to go any further. So open this player movement again, and here instead of 8 just type 80. Now just minimize it, and because Unity is serializing all the fields, so we have to click on it and change those values again. So I will put -6 and here we'll put 80. Just save it and put in on -6 again, -6. We can press F now to focus on it. And I think we can press play and see how it goes. Just press play. Everything looks fine. So let's go to the right and try to achieve end of the level. We are on 40 now, 50, 60, 70 and 80. And all is fine, except that we are missing few blocks. So actually we have to take him back or add few more blocks to not see this ugly level. Okay, so it's up to you really. If you want your level to be longer, then just add few bricks, and I think I will do it. So just switch to rec tool. Maybe I will take that many. Control D, Shift, move to the right. Oh, I didn't duplicate it properly. So we just use Ctrl and Shift, and now Ctrl D, move to the right, now press V and snap it, and that should be fine. Okay, just collapse it and we are done, and we have our camera movement script done already. So you can go to the right and to the left and everything is working fine. But of course, before we finish, we need to go to the script again and make a safety valve that we've done with our enemy movement and shooting, which is we have to check if this player exists, because if the player will die, it will be out of the scene and the camera will try to follow it. Before we change the position, we have to check if player exists, and then we will do all the stuff that needs to be done. So just make it inside if statement and save the script, go back to Unity, play again to see if it's working, and let us die, and we have no errors, which means everything is fine. Today we are going to create a new enemy. So let's import new asset, right click, import new asset, and in the folder you downloaded there should be assets, and here we've got a space boss. So let's click on it. Those two images, we need to import them, so just click import, and here we have them. We can move them to the sprites folder straight away, and let's create first object. Just drag this sprite straight to the scene, and this is how it's going to look like. And we want this ring to be a child of this object, so maybe before I do it, just check the transform if all the values are on 0 except the scale, and it is, so it's fine. And now drag and drop it as a child of it. So this is how it's going to look like. And I want this ring to be rotating, but we will do it later. First, let's make our player move and shoot. In order to move it, we have to add some components, and we have the script for moving. So we type enemy movement, just add it, decide about the speed. If it's a sinusoidal movement, it's all up to you. So now if I press play, it should go to the left, and it does. So you can see how nice scripts are. If you do it in a proper way, then you can assign it to whatever object you create and it will work just fine. So let's leave it as it is. Now let's add some shooting functionality. So what do we need to do? We need to go to prefabs and add the gun to space boss. And that's it. It's all we need, really. So now just position this gun where you want it to be. I think I would like it to have, maybe we will go a bit crazy, and I will do something like that, duplicate it, and I want to have 4 guns. I move them down, something like that. Okay, and let's see how it's going to look like. And of course it didn't look that good because our space boss and our bullets are on the same speed value, so we have to change it. Let's decrease the boss speed to -2, let's say. Let's make it a sinusoidal movement, or maybe for now just the movement speed I'll leave it on 0 so it doesn't move to the left and to the right. And now if we press play, it should go up and down and should be shooting. I would like to move our space boss to a different layer, so just click on the layer and choose enemy. Yes, change children as well, save it. And what else do we need? We need some colliders and rigid body in order to kill this object. So add component and type collider. We can use box collider 2D. We'll mark it as isTrigger and then add component and type rigid body 2D and change from dynamic to kinematic. And that would be it. Save it. I will move it to the back a little bit and press play. And as you can see, it is moving and I can't really kill it, and it's up to you now why I cannot kill this boss. Can you figure it out? If you cannot, just compare these two objects. Why we can kill this one and we cannot kill the big boss. Just pause the video, try to figure it out on your own and then come back. Okay, so if you click on any object, as I said before, all the objects that can take damage should have this HP script on it, because this script is responsible for taking damage and getting object destroyed. So if you want this object to be destroyed, you have to add HP script to it and assign some HP value to it, let's say 2 for now. So now if we press play and we shoot it twice, it should die. And it works now. You can create a prefab out of it. I will just delete this one and just drag and drop it to the prefabs folder. So here we have our space boss. Of course, you can click on this one, or you can click on this prefab and change some colors to it. Make it red if you like, or yellow. So you have to click on this object and check the child object to change its color. So now I can click on it and choose, like, I don't know, maybe green if you like it. Okay, and once it's done, click on the main object, the parent object, and then override it. So apply all. I said before that I want this object or this shield to be rotating. So we need to create a separate script. Actually, we don't have to, but I want to make it modular. So once you create this script to rotate, then you can apply it to whatever object you want to rotate and it will work. So this is the way we want to create our scripts, so we can use it by many objects. So let's go to the scripts and right click, create C# script and call it rotate object. Let's get rid of comments, of course, and we need some public variables to decide what speed of the rotation is going to be. So just type public float and let's call it rotation speed. I will assign a value of 10 to it. Now we are going to create a method. So let's call void and rotate object. I would stick only to rotate, but there are some methods and classes that may want to use it at this time or maybe in the future. So I try to add some other parts to it, so to be sure that there will be no conflict between my methods that I'm creating and the methods that are already or will be implemented by Unity at some point in the future. So let's just add parentheses, curly brackets, and as you can see, we've got an error. As it says, the rotate object member names cannot be the same as the enclosing type. If you have a look, our script is called rotate object and we cannot do a method of that exactly the same name. So I will just type rotate the object and that should be fine. And here we want to rotate our object on the z-axis. Game object, and now transform and rotate, and here we have to specify some vector. So we can create a new vector 3, and here we will add some values. And we are using, or maybe we can make it even better. We can create 3 variables in here. So we will get rotation speed X, then we will get Y, and at the very bottom we will get Z. And by default we will put them all on 0. And here we will get those values here. So rotation speed X, rotation speed Y, and at the end there will be rotation speed Z. Why I've done it this way? Because now you can rotate the object however you want. You can decide which axis you want to take to rotate the object. I will show you that in a minute. So in the update, we want to call this method, save it, and let's go back to Unity. I will show you something and then we will come back to the code and fix it. Let's attach this script to this ring. So I will just drag and drop it, rotate object, and here first of all we want to rotate around the Z axis. So let's press play and see how it goes, and it's rotating really fast. Why it's rotating that fast? It's because we didn't multiply it by time delta time, and whenever we use update, most of the time we want to use time delta time for it. So let's go down, and probably the easiest way would be to create a new vector out of it and then pass it as an argument to that method. So I will do it like so. I will create new vector 3, call it rot, let's say, and now we will take this out of this method, Ctrl X, Ctrl V, and now we want to provide this vector. But at the moment nothing has changed, everything is going to work exactly the same. But when we define this vector, now beneath we can multiply it by time delta time, like so, and now it should be working fine. So let's minimize it, and maybe I will get it disabled so it doesn't shoot on us. Press play and see, it is rotating to the left quite slowly. Let's rotate it a bit faster and let it go to the right. So I will put minus and put like 50. So now press play and see, and now it's rotating to the right and it's much faster, isn't it? But I think this is a little bit not straightforward, because normally if we put minus, it means we want to go to the left, and if we put plus, it should go to the right. And now it works a little bit otherwise. To make it right, we can multiply here this value by some -1, for example. So we can multiply it by -1. Just click on our ring and make it 50 so that it can rotate right now with positive value. And yes, this is working fine. I will show you how it helped us with this rotation. For example, you don't want to rotate along the Z axis, so you type 0, and let's say you want to rotate along the Y axis. So let's put like 20 in here and press play. So now it should be rotating like so. Of course, in this example, it doesn't look that good, but probably you'll find plenty of nice objects and ideas where you can find it useful. And the same applies to the X position. So if we type 60, here we go back to 0 and rotate it like so along the red axis. You can create like the bullet that is rotating when it's shot. That would look quite awesome, I think. So once it's done, let's go back to about 50. Let's get our guns activated again, and we can save our prefab back again. Save it, press play and see how it works. And this is working pretty nice. I would like to add some extra feature to our boss, and I thought that we might create some bullets that will follow our player. So whenever the boss will shoot some other kind of bullet, it will be following us. So this will find our position and will fly straight to hit us. Okay, so let's try to do it. And of course we could create a new script for it and put the whole logic in there, but I would like to adapt our script, our bullet script, so that it can be universal. So let's open it, and here we will be deciding whether it is a following bullet or normal bullet. And if it is a following bullet, then this move function will look a little bit different. So here we want to decide, but how to decide if the bullet will be of one kind and the other one will be normal bullet? This is not that easy to think of at first, but it is very easy, to be honest. So if we created a new prefab, let's do it straight away. I will add this bullet enemy and I will break this prefab to create a new bullet out of it. And for now, what can we add? I think we will add create empty to it. And inside of it, we will add another bullet enemy. I will unpack it and I will move it a bit to the right, like so. I will delete all of those components, remove component, remove and remove. And now in this game object, we can add the script to rotate this outer circle. So add component and rotate object, and we will rotate it along the Z axis. So let me save it. I will just make it bullet enemy follow, maybe like so, and drag and drop it. So we have another prefab. I will just press play to see how it looks like. And it was shooted out. It went definitely too fast because it doesn't have any parent to decide about this speed and so on. So I will get rid of it and I will try to assign it to the enemy for now. So I will put it in one of its guns. So let's click on the topper gun and assign this bullet there. And I will get our space boss destroyed for now. It's not destroyed, I just took it off from the scene. And now, as you can see, it is shooting our other bullet and it was rotating, but it was rotating too slow, so we didn't see it that much. So I put it back and I will change this speed so that it goes much faster. So maybe rotation speed would be 300, and let's click on it, override, apply all, and I will get it deleted. Press play again and see if it's any better. Now it is better. Okay, but of course we need to have a way of distinguish it if it's a normal bullet or it's a follow bullet. So I think the easiest way of doing it is to add some extra script to the bullet, like follow bullet. Maybe it would be empty script, but by adding this script we can check on each bullet if it is a follow bullet or it is not, and then we can make if statement to decide how it should move. So let's create this script and call it bullet follower, and we want to assign this script to our bullet enemy follow. So just go to the scripts, bullet follower, let's assign it. So those two scripts are on the same object. I will save it, override, apply all, and get rid of it now. So we need to go to our bullet, and here we have to decide. Now, if we can find this component on this game object, then it would mean that this is a bullet follower. So if get component, and here we will type bullet follower. So if we find it, then it means it is bullet follower. If we won't find it, then we want this normal movement to kick off, like so. So now here we have to add some logic for our bullet follower. We already made something similar, so we have to calculate the direction between two objects, between the player and between this bullet. So we have to make a reference to our player. So let's make it. We'll type game object, call it player. Now in the start method, we will use this player and we'll find this object on the scene. So game object, find game object with tag, and here we will type player. We can do it like that, but it's not a good practice, because if you have a look, in every update method we are calling this move method, and in each if statement we are getting component to check if it's there. Is it a good practice? No, it's not. It is not. We should check it and assign it in the start method to do it only once, because we don't want to do repetitive tasks all over again if it doesn't to be done all over again. This needs to be done only once at the beginning. We have to decide whether it is a bullet follower or if it's not. So we will do it in the start method. So we'll create another variable of type bullet follower, like so, and let's call it bullet follower with the small letter, so it's a bit different in the type. And first we will just try to assign it. So bullet follower equals, and now we are getting this component. So get component bullet follower. So we are getting this component at the very beginning only this one time. And now we can use only this variable. So if this variable exists, if it's not null, then we will do some stuff. And the same is with finding game object. Do we have to find our player every time? Does every bullet need to find our player? Of course not. Only the bullet, which is bullet follower, needs to find the player. So we can check here as well. If bullet follower exists, then we need to assign this value. Only in that case. Because there would be a waste of processing power to find player if we don't even need to find it. I hope you get it. Okay, so let's go here, and now we need to add some logic. If bullet follower exists, then it means that this bullet should follow the player. We need to check the direction between the vector, between the player and the bullet follower. So now let's create a new vector. It might be vector 3, no problem. And let's call it direction. And now we are assigning the difference between those two elements. So now we will get player transform position, take away the game object transform and position. And now once the difference is calculated, we need to normalize it. Why do we need to normalize it? Because if, let me show you that in Unity, I will just use these two elements. So if we are that far away, the distance will be big. So the object will be moving faster, but as it comes closer, the distance will be smaller, so the speed of it would get smaller as well. The bullet or the object would slow down, and we don't want it. We want bullet to go at the same speed all the time. That's why we have to normalize it at the very beginning. So let's use our direction and now use the normalize method to make it equal all the time. And now we want to multiply it by the speed of our bullet and by the time, delta time, as we did it here. So let's do it. Our direction, we have to put direction multiplied by time, delta time, and bullet speed. We have to use transform and translate methods, and as an argument we have to provide our direction vector to it. Save it, and I think that should be working now. So let's just go back to Unity and let me see. The top gun is shooting this bullet enemy, that's fine, but the speed is far too big. I will put on -5 and just press play, and it's working fine, but the speed shouldn't be on minus here. So let's put 5 and see how it goes. Now it's shooting, and look, we are going down, or we're going left, and they are following us. So it's working, and it's disappearing after 1 second, as we stated in the script. But in general, it is working. Look, you see? They are following us all the time. Great! That's really great. Probably we should add some header saying that bullet speed should be positive if you use bullet enemy follow prefab. What do you think? So let's add this header. So it must say that negative number to shoot left, positive to shoot right, and positive for bullet enemy follow, something like that. So let's open this shooting script, bullet speed, that's the one. Above it we have to add header, and we need to say that negative, of course it should be in quotes, negative for shooting left, positive for shooting right, and I think we will add another header below, and here we will say positive for shooting bullet follower, maybe something like that, bullet enemy follower. I think that should be quite descriptive. So let me minimize it and see how it looks like. Positive for shooting bullet enemy follower, negative for shooting left, positive for shooting right. I think it's pretty good, isn't it? Let me override it and let's see if it's working fine. So I will just try to kill it, and yes, it's working fine. So we've got our bullets following our player, and of course now we can play with this prefab to make it even better, to look it nice. You can add more of these game objects now and make it rotate even better. You can, I don't know, slide it to -0.36, so it's on opposite side. Here on the top we can for example duplicate it and rotate Z 180, no, not 180, because it will be the same, 90, let's say. Okay, maybe let's change its color for now, maybe some dark one, and the one in the middle we can change it to some really red or something like that. Let's save it, bullet enemy follower, override it, apply, and let's get rid of it, and now press play. So now you can see it's looking maybe not much better, but different. So try to make it different, just try to make it nice. Maybe I will just decrease it like so, and maybe like that. Okay, I will leave it like that, and maybe these two, we will scale them even more. So let's put 0.6 and 0.6, And now I'll save it, apply all, get rid of it, press play. And now let them kill me. And we see that we get an error. So in bullet on the line 20 and 27, we've got an error saying that your script should check if the player is not null. So let's have a look. We need to fix it. So it was in the bullet 20 and 27. Here it is. We are referring to the player, but we never check if the player exists. So we need to check it. So if bullet follower is there and player is there as well, then we should do it. So now save it, press play again, and let me see if it's going to work. Yes, this is fine. Our console showing no problems at all. Everything is working fine. And these bullets now are a bit better than before, aren't they? So I hope you can create some nice prefabs. Of course, now our gun is quite universal. We can assign bullet enemy back to it and it will work fine. We can override it. So now it won't be shooting with this bullet followers. Have a look. Okay, we need to change the speed of it. So I have to make it equal to -15 and save it again. So let's see. Okay, this is fine now. And of course we can add our space bars, and here we can add another gun. Let me duplicate it and move it, for example, to the end, like here. And from the last gun we can shoot this bullet enemy follower, and here needs to be positive value. And here again you can decide about the attack, about the shooting rate. You can, you know, shoot out this quite slow, for example, every 1 second. And now click on spacebar, override, apply all, and that should be working. So you can see that every 2 shots this follower is being shot as well. So plenty of stuff you can manipulate, you can make it your own. Have fun, play with it, experiment, because we've done already quite a lot and I'm proud of you. So see you in the next one. It's time to add some nice background image, because at the moment you can see that we only have bricks and the blue background behind it. So let's go to the internet and try to find some nice image. I will go to Pixabay as I really like this website, and I will try to find some space image. And of course you can search through it because there are plenty of different and nice images here. Maybe I'll download this image that will be for my menu later on, so that I don't have to come back here later on. So I will download it in Full HD 1920 by 1080. So I click download, but it's not a good image for our background for the level. So I'll keep searching for it. And I think I pretty much like this image. So I will download that one. So I just click free download, and I think it might be a little bit too small, but on the other side this one is far too big. So we download this smaller one, as the quality of it doesn't have to be really that great. So I just click download, and once this file is downloaded I will just drag and drop it straight to Unity, and I will drop it in the sprites folder, and I will do the same with my other image. So drag and drop straight to the image. Okay, so we've got these 2 images. We will not take care of the menu just yet. I just downloaded it, so I don't have to go back there and do it again. So now we are going to add our background. Just prepare our background for it. Just expand backgrounds, and here I will create new empty. This is reset it. The position is on 0, 0, 0. This is fine. So let's call it BG as a background. I will add a new image to it, so the new sprite is created automatically. And now I have to scale it up a little bit. So maybe I will just try to scale it up like so. That should be fine. I will move it to the right a little bit. And now I will duplicate it, move to the right, and use V to snap it. But as you can see, we can see this border that we go from the one image to the other one. That's why we will be smart and we will just flip it, so both sides will match each other. And before we proceed and do all of them like that, I want to change the order in layer to some negative number. I will select both of them and we'll choose order in layer, and I will type -2 so that it is really behind all other objects. Now we can duplicate it, so I click Ctrl D, move to the right. Now I will hold V and snap it. I will duplicate it again, press V, snap it, and here we have it. That should be fine. It's time to create some menu. We actually would need 3 different menus. We'll need main menu when we start the game. Then we will need some fail menu whenever we fail and the game over pops out. And finally we would need some winner menu when we go through all the levels and we finish the game. So let's create main menu first, and then we'll just duplicate it so that we don't have to do it all over again. So in order to make main menu and any other menu, we need to create a new scene. So let's go to the scenes folder. Let's right click and choose create scene. Let's call it main menu. And of course we have to decide now how our scenes will look like and how they will be set in order. Because if we go to file and build settings, here we will have some scenes in build. We have to add here all the scenes that would have to be exported to our game. And I think that the good order for our scenes would be to have main menu first, then it would be a game over menu, then we would have all the levels that we want to have, and finally at the end we'll have some win menu that will be switched on when we finish all the levels. So this is how we are going to structure our game, because we need to set it now to know how to add the logic for switching the scenes later on. So let's go to main menu scene, just double click on it, and as you can see it's quite empty. There is only main camera here. So we need to add UI to build our main menu, because we'll need some buttons. So right click in the hierarchy, choose UI and then button. So our button will be created. We have few things here. We've got the canvas, which is a parent of our button and all the UI elements. And we've got event system so that our button and other UI elements can be functional. So we can have, on-click events and sliders working. So we need all of those elements. We've got here the button. If you want to focus on it, just click on it and press F. So you will get it focused. If you want to focus on the whole canvas, just click on it and press F again. We've got 3 different render modes for our canvas. We've got screen space overlay, screen space camera, and the world space. We're not going to use world space, or maybe we will use it later on, I don't know yet. But this is something that you might want to use if you need some sliders or some text to be displayed in your game. Like if we wanted to add, the slider for our enemies to see how many health points they've got left, then we would use word space. But at the moment, in these circumstances, we would use overlay or the camera. The overlay works the way that the UI is put on top of everything else, and the camera, that would depend. So in that case, we can use either of them. So let's use this overlay. I think it's pretty easy and you don't have to change anything, so just leave it as it is. Then you go down and there is a canvas scaler component, and we should really use our scale mode. So instead of constant pixel size, we're going to use scale with screen size. This is really helpful when you're building for mobiles, and not only really. So you define your reference resolution and then choose if you should match to the width or to the height, and the UI will be scaled automatically, because as you know, mobile phones have different ratio, and to match it you need to choose one of it and choose scale with screen size. So we are doing 16:9 as it's seen here, 16:9. So we are going to choose full HD for the purpose of this game. So I will type 1920 by 1080 and that should work just fine. And this is all we need to change actually. And as you can see, our button got smaller, so we have to click on it and make it a bit bigger. So I will click on the rec tool, just try to expand it, put it in the middle for now, maybe expand it even more, and I will leave it for now. I want to add the background which I downloaded before. So this is the image I'm going to use. Of course you can download whatever you want and use whatever you want, but probably the best way to use this image as a background is to right click on the canvas, choose UI and then choose panel. And as you can see, there is a panel that spreads to fit the canvas. And now we can just drag and drop it to our source image. But you need to remember that all UI elements are being drawn from the top to bottom. So we need our panel to be on top so that it doesn't obscure all the other elements that will come and create our menu. And here, as you can see, there is some alpha channel switch on, because you can see this black line beneath. So if we click on color, you might want to increase alpha to be fully opaque so that the value of alpha is 1. Okay, we've got our background. This is how it's going to look like in the game. So now we have to change our button and decide what buttons do we want to have. I think that in the main menu we want to have play button and quit button. So the first one will be play, so we just expand it and maybe change the name of it so it's button play. Here in the panel we can call it background panel. With our button you can click on the text and increase it because it's quite small, isn't it? So let's just go to the font size and try to increase it to the size you like. And of course change the text to play. And of course I wanted to make it capitalized. You can make it bold if you want, and that would be it really. So this is how it's going to look like. You can change all the colors and everything. We'll do it in a minute. But maybe you want to change the font itself. You can click on this circle, but you can see that there is only area accessible for us. So there are no more fonts really that we can use. So we need to download something. The easiest probably way is to go to Google Fonts and download the font you like. So let me show you how we can do it. Go online and type Google Fonts, open the Google Fonts. Let's type something like play, and you can see straight away how this word will look like with different fonts. And for example, we want to have quit as well, so I will type both words to see how it's going to look like. I may like this Russo one, so I will add it for now. So we can download the family and go back and keep looking for something different as well. Okay, there are so many fonts that I would probably need to spend the whole day choosing the right one. So I'm going to download one more, which would be this Cyrus Stencil one. So download the family, and I think that would be it. You can of course take your time and download the one that you love. I will not bother about it. So I will get those two and just unzip it, extract to Russo one, and I will unzip, extract here. I will just drag and drop it straight to Unity, maybe to the assets main folder. And let me go back, and there should be the other one. Here it is on the bottom. So just drag and drop it. And here we have it. So if you want to change your font, it's that easy that if you just drag and drop it straight to the font field, and here you have it. We can increase the size of it. We can make it normal. I think it looks a bit better, and I will leave it as it is for now. I can duplicate our button play, and I will call it button quit, and I will move it down a little bit like so. Now I will select them both and slide them up, and I think they would be in the position X on 0. Okay, later on we'll change it. In the button quit, of course, we need to change the text for quit. We will need some extra object with the script to manage our menus and manage this scene changing. We can call it scene changer, we can call it game manager, whatever. So I think we might just use game manager for it, and we'll make a prefab out of it so it stays the same in every scene. So let's go, yes, let's do it here. I will just create empty and call it game manager. And now I'm going to create a new script and call it game manager as well. Or maybe I will just call it G manager, so you know that it's game manager. That would be easier. Game manager, because I don't want to call this object and this script with the same name so that it doesn't confuse you. So this will be our game manager script. I will attach it to our game manager object. With the object, let's reset its position. And I think we are going to make a prefab out of it. So we are sure that it's pretty much the same on every scene. Now we need to assign some functionality to our buttons. So we have to open our game manager script. Of course, let's get rid of the comments. And here the first thing we want to do with game manager script is to be able to change scenes. So in order to change scenes, we need to add a new library on the top of it. So we need to add using Unity Engine. And now we need to type scene management. This is something we need for scene changing. So once we've got it, we need to create a new method. And the method would be public because we need to get that method from other places, and you will find out it later on. And we need to call it from our buttons. And if it wasn't public, we would not be able to do it. So public and void, and let's call it change scene. We need to specify what scene we want to turn on. So in order to do it, we need to add some parameter, and we are going to add int scene number, or scene index would be a better name actually. Okay, we've got it. So inside of that method, we have to change the scene. So we need to call scene manager. So here we need to choose load scene method. And inside we need to specify the scene build index. So that would be the parameter that we are going to pass as an argument. So just copy it and paste it here. save it, and that would be pretty much done for now. So now we have to go to our Unity and assign these methods to our buttons. So let's click on the play button, and here we've got in inspector we have the section with on-click event. So we have to add plus. Here we need to add an object where the script sits on. So we have to grab game manager, and now we need to choose G manager, which is the name of the script, and here we need to find our method, which is change scene. If we didn't make it public, it wouldn't be here. That's why it's important. So in the play, we want to switch on the second scene, because the scene with the index 0 will be the main menu scene, with index 1 will be game over scene, and the first level would be with index 2. That's why we are going to type 2. Now we need to assign some method for quitting the game, so we have to create it. Let's go back to the gmanager script, and beneath we have to add another function which is public, and let's call it quit the game. And here we will use something that Unity prepared for us, which will be application and now quit. Okay, save it, go back, click on your button and go to the on-click section, click plus. Now we need to add the object, so it's game manager, just add it. No function, we have to click the script, so which is gmanager, and here is quit the game, and that will be it. So save it, and of course we can't really test it just yet because there is no scene with index 2. If you go to build settings, we've got only main menu, and if we go to scenes we can add this level 1, but that would be it. This is index 0 and this is index 1, so it won't work just yet. Quitting won't work as well because it doesn't work with Unity. When we build our game, then it will start working. So we can't really test it, but it will work for sure, don't worry. So we have our menu. I know it's not beautiful, we'll make it better at some point in the future, but at the moment we only want to make it functional. And it is functional now. So let's create our game over menu now. So let's go to main menu and duplicate it. And now let's change its name so it's game over menu. Okay, that's fine. Let's open it by double clicking on it. And as you can see, we have everything pretty much the same as we had it before. Let's click on our buttons, go here, and even on clicks events are the same. But we need to change it, and we need to change our buttons as well. Of course, it's up to you what kind of buttons you want to have when the game over happens. Do you want to have play again? Do you want to have go to menu and quit? You might have 3 buttons if you want to. So let's add one more button. I will just click Ctrl D to duplicate it, and it will be button go to menu. So go to menu, I will slide it up with shift, and now we can get all 3 and go down. And of course we need to change it. So go to menu is on the top. I will just slide it to the top so it doesn't confuse you. And text would be maybe just menu, and here it would be play again. And as you can see, when I start typing, the again word is not showing up. If we expand it, it will show up, but the field for the text is too small. So we have to either decrease the font size or increase the size of our buttons. So it's up to you what you would like to do. I will increase the size of our buttons so they look better, maybe something like that. And I will put it here, and when it comes to the X position, they should be on 0. Okay, we've got menu, play again, quit. We have to check what's the functions, what will happen if you click on it. So if you click on the menu button, you should be taken to the first scene, which will be the scene with index 0. So we have to type 0 here. play again should take you to the first level, which is 2. That's fine. And the quit, you need to quit the game. That's correct. Okay, so we'll leave it as it is. And maybe to distinguish it, I will just click on the background and change the color to be more like red, so you know that it's game over. And maybe we can add some text saying that it is a game over. So we right click on canvas, choose UI text. I will expand it a little bit so it's bigger, and I will type game over. Let's change the font. So I click on Start Stencil and drag it. I will increase the font size, and maybe I will make it even bigger, like so. And I will move it to the middle. And let me see what color would fit best. Maybe, yes, something like that would do. So let's leave it as it is. Game over, menu, play again, quit. And you can change the background of those buttons as well if you want. So just click on each button with Ctrl, and now you can go to the color, and here you can just change it to some dark one if you want. And maybe we can make it more alpha, like so. And we can change the text. So now with Ctrl, we'll change the text of our buttons. And we might use some white one, or maybe light gray, something like that. Okay, let's leave it as it is for now. Of course, you can change it whenever you want. So we've got our game over menu. So now we can add it to the build index. So let's click File, Build Settings, and here you go to the scenes and add game over. And remember the order of those scenes. Main menu is first, game over is second one. Then we will add all the levels, and at the end we'll add our win menu, which is not made yet. But we can test it, really. So let's go to the main menu and press play. So the game started, we are in our main menu, click play, and we are moved to first level. Of course, we haven't added any logic to say that when we are killed, we are moved to game over menu, but we'll do it later. Let's focus on creating the last menu, which is the win menu. So we just duplicate our main menu, I think. Yes, let's duplicate main menu and change it to win menu. Okay, let's open it. And it's exactly the same. So maybe let's change our background panel to some different color, a little bit at least, maybe more bluish. And here, what do we want to have in our win menu? Maybe let's move those two buttons down, and here we will add some text to it. So let's add a big text saying that you have won. So you won. And let's change our font. So go to assets and drag and drop new font, increase the size of it and move it to the middle, change the color to maybe dark, light, not dark, light blue. Maybe we can expand it even more and increase the size of it. And now you decide what kind of buttons you want. If you want to go to menu and quit, that's up to you. I will do it this way. I want to go to menu and have the possibility to quit the game. So here where is the button play, I will change its name to button menu. And here on the bottom, we need to specify what scene needs to be loaded. And our main menu is on index 0. But don't forget to add this scene to build settings. So now go to scenes, and win menu should be at the end. That's right. So let's save it. Our menus are pretty much done. Of course, now it's up to you to change all the colors and names. And of course I forgot to change the name of it, which should be menu. Okay. So it's up to you to make it nice and beautiful. I will just go to main menu. And of course, in the main menu, you can add a title of the game, which might be Galactic Fight, or you can figure out your own name. It's totally up to you. So I will quickly add this title. I will move those two buttons down, right click in the canvas. You don't really have to right click on the canvas as far as you've got only one canvas, because you might have many canvases. But even if you right click here and choose UI element and text, it would be moved to this canvas automatically. So just expand it, move it to the middle, maybe expand it even more. If you expand it with the Alt pressed, you can expand it symmetrically in both sides. So now let's change the font of it and type Galaxy Fight. I will increase the size of it, put it in the middle and add some nice color. Maybe the purple one, something like that. Just not to go too much into pink, really. So let's increase the size of it a little bit more. And maybe let's try to add some outline to it. So you can go beneath, add component, and start typing outline. And here you can type it outline. So it will give you some outline. And maybe I will use the white one. I will increase the alpha channel, and maybe I will increase this value as well. Okay, that might do. And I will leave it as it is. It's time to add something to decide when the level is finished. And we are going to create a teleport that we need to get into in order to be moved to next level. So let's do it. There are some sprites in the folder that you downloaded. So just right click, import new asset, and let's go to that folder, assets, and we've got 4 different images. So let's import them, and we are going to build a teleport out of them. Let's create a new game object. So create empty, and let's call it teleport, and we need to reset its position. And we have to add all the objects as a child of it. So 4, 3, 2, and 1. And of course, I shouldn't have done it in the menu. Okay, I will create a prefab out of it already so that I don't have to do it all over again. So let's drag and drop it, and I will delete it from the hierarchy. So let's switch to the level 1. Let's go to the scenes and switch to level 1. Click on the camera and press F to focus on it. I will delete our enemy for now, and spacebars as well. Let's add this prefab back to the scene. So we've got our teleport here. Let's move it to the right. In order to detect collision, what do we have to do? Tell me. Of course, we need to add some collider. Our teleport is circular, so we need to add circle collider. So we can do it with the parent object. Okay, why not? So add component and type collider, and we're going to use circle collider 2D. So our collider is probably too small, so we have to increase it. So let's change the radius to, let's say, 1. That should be fine. And let's mark it as a trigger. Before we created different layers, and we created the one called trigger. And this is something we want to use now, because we want to trigger this teleport only with our player object. We don't want any bullet to trigger it. We don't want any enemy to trigger it. We only want our spaceship to trigger it. So let's go to edit and see if that's the case. Go to project settings, click on physics 2D, and here we've got trigger. And as you can see, trigger is in contact with everything. So we have to undo it and leave only the player. So let's leave it, save it, and now we have to add some logic to our teleport. So let's create a new script. right click, create, and C# script, we can call it teleport. Let's attach it to the object. And of course, in order to detect some collision, let's add rigid body 2D as well and change it from dynamic to kinematic. Save it and we can override it. So apply all. And let's go to the teleport script. So from that teleport script, we have to reference our gmanager, our game manager script, and it's not on the scene just yet. We added them to our main menu and other menus as well when we duplicated them, but it's not here. So let's go to prefabs and add game manager to the scene. And as you can see, the script is on. So it's fine. So let's go back to the script and we have to find this element. So let's create a new variable of that type, which is game manager. And let's call it game manager as well, but with small g, so that it is different. And in the start, we will find it. So of course we have to use the name of the variable. So it will be gmanager with small g, and now we need to find that object. So we can type find object of type, and here we have to find gmanager, and that would be it. So once we found it, whenever we touch this teleport, we want it to load another scene. So actually we don't need this update method probably, but we need on trigger enter 2D. And here, if something collides with the teleport, then we should reference this manager and call change scene method. So whenever something collides with the teleport, we should reference this script and call change scene method. So let's do it. We have to type gmanager, change the scene probably. Change scene, yes. And now we need to specify what scenes should be turned on. And it's not that easy. So we have to think about it for a little bit, because the teleport will be in every level. So we are starting from the second scene. Yes, at the moment we will be in the second scene if we are in the first level. Maybe I will write it down here. So the scene 0 is main menu. The scene with index 1 is game over menu. And the scene 2 up to I don't know how many are all the levels. And last scene will be win menu. Okay? So now we have to check what scenes are we currently on, and we need to increase it. But we need to increase it only then when we still have some levels left. And that might be a bit problematic at that point, I know. Programming is quite easy when it comes to writing code, but it's not that easy when you have to figure out the logic of the game and of the program. Sometimes it might be a bit confusing, but we can make it. So first of all, we have to check how many scenes we've got in total. So let's create a new variable of type integer, and let's call it scene, maybe scenes number. And we need to assign to it some method that will count all the scenes that we added to build index. But at the moment, we have to reference the scene manager, so we need to add library or this class so that we can use it. So go here and type using. We need to specify Unity engine and then go to scene management, because if we didn't put that in, we could not use scene management. So now let's call scene manager, and here there is a special method for counting all the scenes that we've got in our scene build index. And here you've got it, scene count in build settings. This is something we are looking for. Actually, it's not the method, it's just the property. So just type it Okay, let's go further. So we've got the scenes number, how many scenes we've got, and now we need to check what scene we are currently in. So let's type int and maybe call it actual scene. And now we are referring to scene manager again, and we have to get active scene, but this method will get the scene as a whole, and we only need the index number of it. So after the dot, we will choose build index. So we will get the number, the build index. Now we have to use the if statement. So if, for example, let's say we've got 2 levels already, yes? So let me duplicate it. So in the 3rd level, there will be some level, and in the 4th will be many. So we've got how many? We've got 5 scenes, okay? And we are currently in the 1st level. So the scene is of index 2. So now we have to check if actual scene, so if 2 is less than scene number, so scenes number, so of course it is less, but what if we will be in the last level? So let's say that we are in the last level, so that would be 3. So here I will change it. So if actual scene is less than the scene number minus 2, because this is 2 less than the 5, so it has to be at least less than 2 to increase it, because if it's not, then we don't want to go to the next level. We want to go to win menu straight away. I don't know if I can explain it as good as I would like to. We want to increase the scene number. So we'll type plus the actual scene. So we'll get the actual scene. So we'll get, let's say 2, increased by 1. So it will be 3. So we will be moved to the next level. But else, if for example, we are in the 3rd scene, so here, if there are no more levels, we want to be moved to the last scene. So we will reference our game manager again, and we'll call change scene. And here we need to load the last scene available. And how to calculate the last scene? We have to take all the scenes and take away one of it. So scenes number minus 1. It will give us the last build index, because we've got 5 scenes, minus 1 will give us index of 4. I know it's not easy, but I'm sure you can make it. So this is pretty much done, but of course we need to add some safety check, and we need to be sure that our game manager is added to the scene, because if it won't be added, then we'll get error. So probably we should check if game manager exists, and if it does, then we should do all of those stuff. So let's do it. If game manager exists, then we want to do all of that. Remember, I'm using left alt and arrow up and down to move it. Now if you selected this all, you can use tabulator and shift and tab to decrease this indent, and normal tab just to increase it. Okay, backspace to make it looks nice. Maybe I will get rid of it as we don't use it and we don't need it anymore. And that should be fine. Maybe I'll get rid of those system collections as well, as they are grayed out, so it means we don't use them. And now, okay, let's go back. Let's go back to our teleport and see if this is going to work. Let's check our build settings if we've got everything. Yes, that should be fine. Press play. So we go to the right, ta-da, and we are moved to the win menu. We can go to menu, we can press play, go right, ta-da, and we can go to menu. Good, that's good. So let's add some new scenes. We will delete it later on maybe, but let's duplicate it. So level 1, Ctrl D, and as you can see, Unity is smart enough to number it correctly. So we have level 2 now. Go to File, Build Settings, and add level 2 to the index. And of course, remember about good order: main menu, game over menu, all the levels, and then win menu. That's important, don't forget about it. So let's go again. Let's start from the main menu. Press on canvas, F, press play. Let's press play. We go right. We are in the level 1, as you can see here. So let's go right. Now we are moved to level 2. You see? Go right. And now we are moved to the win menu. Perfect. That is working perfectly fine. So we did it. But in the end, I would like to change our teleport a little bit. So let me go to the level 1. Let's click on the teleport, press F to focus on it. And I want those rings to be rotating. So I will click on all 4 and click add component, and we've got a script called rotate object. And now we want to rotate them all, but with different speed and direction. So let's say we want the outer ring to be rotating right, let's say with the speed of 40. The next one, maybe this one will go crazy and it will rotate along the y-axis. Why not? Let's do 50. The second one, let's go with the z, but with the left direction, so maybe minus 100. And the last one, let's go right with 30. We will change it probably later on. It's all about tries and errors, so you can do it whatever you like it. So let's press play and see how it looks like. It's not bad, but yeah, this Y rotation doesn't look good. I will change it. So it was here 0 and here will be minus 70. Let me press play. Okay, that should be fine. I'll leave it as it is. Teleport, override, apply all, and we are done. We've done some stuff with sinus already, like the sinusoidal movement, and I thought that would be nice to use sinus for some other object. And I think we could create some moon that would be swinging. So let's go online and open Pixabay again. I think we might find some nice moons on that website. So let's click vector graphics. That would be easier probably. We might use this one if we want to, but maybe we'll find something. Oh, this one. I like this one. It's more with our style. I click on it, free download, and I think the smallest size would be good for us. So just drag and drop it straight into Unity, into sprites folder. Great. So let's create a game object out of it. And of course, it's definitely far too big, so I create a new game object and I call it moon. Now I will make this moon a child of that moon. Let me just see. Yes, I should have reset this position first, and now I will reset both of it. Okay, and now I need to scale it down, that for sure, because it's too big. So I think it should be at least 4 times less. So 0.25 and here 0.25 as well. Okay, that should be fine. And when it comes to layer, it's up to you really. If you want enemy to collide it with it or not, but I would prefer not to. But that would be nice if this moon could stop enemies' bullets. So in that case, we need to create a new layer and make those collisions possible. So add layer, and maybe we'll call it the way so it might be universal. So maybe collide with bullets. Collide with bullets. Let's choose this layer, and of course we need to add logic to it. So project settings, physics 2D, and collide with bullets. It shouldn't collide with those stuff. It shouldn't collide with the enemy, but it should collide with bullets enemy. It should collide with the player, which should collide with bullet player, but not with the trigger. And it shouldn't probably collide with itself. So let's close it. We've got it done. And now we have to add the functionality of swinging. So let's create this kind of script. Let's go to the scripts, right click, create C#, and we can call it swinging. Why not? So that we create it again to be universal, so you can use it with other objects as well. So delete comments, delete top using statements. Okay, we need some public variables. We need a speed, that's for sure. So float and type speed. We might maybe let's type 1f for now. And we need the arc, how far it should swing from one side to the other. So this is something like max swing or max rotation. Let's call it max swing. So public, float, and max swing. And I think we can put like 30f for now. And I don't think we need a start method, so I get rid of it. And in the update method, we are going to rotate it. So transform, now rotation equals, now we have to use quaternion, Euler, and here we have to specify. And now is the thing, if we want to rotate it only along the z-axis, or if we want to have possibility to swing it on x and y as well. But we've done this rotation script before, and we didn't really use those two other axes. So I don't think this is necessary to make it even more complicated. I will just leave it on 0f and 0f, and we'll only make it swinging on the z-axis. So here, when it comes to the z, we have to use this math scene as we did before. So math scene, and here we have to use time as we did before, and we need to multiply it by the speed, like so. And once it's calculated, because we'll get a value of 1 from it, so at the moment it would always swing of 1 degree to the left and to the right, so we have to multiply it by the max swing so that it can swing further. And of course semicolon at the end, and that should be it really. So let's go back to Unity and assign this script to our moon. So we don't really should touch this child object, we should add this script to the parent object. So let's add swinging to the moon, and let's see how it works. Of course we need to add this moon to the same layer, so collide with bullets, yes, and now press play. And as you can see, it is swinging, but probably it is not something we expected, is it? So in order to make it look better, now we have to decide how we want it to swing. If we want it to swing from left to right or from the top to the bottom. I want it to be swinging like that, from top to the bottom. So we need to move our child object to the left, like so. Let's press play, And yes, this is what we need. Cool. So what if you wanted to swing it from the left to the right? You could actually zero it on the x-axis and make it -3 on the y. So now if you press play, it will swing from the right to the left. I will go back with it to -4, let's say, and I put 0 here because I like this kind of movement, but I want it to be swinging a bit faster. I will put 2, and here I put about 40, press play, and now let's have a look. Yes, that's definitely better. But of course, always there is some but. It actually cannot kill us. We can shoot, and still nothing happens. Why not? I hope you can figure it out. Click on the moon and think why nothing happens. Nothing happens because there is no collider and no rigid body. We can add it actually to the moon, probably that would be better. So let's add component and type collider, and it might be circle collider. That's fine. Is trigger, and let's add rigid body. 2D, of course. Change it from dynamic to kinematic. Save it. And now if we press play, our bullets should be destroyed when we hit the moon, and I think they are. But if we go to the right, nothing happens to us. We don't get damaged. Why? Because we didn't add that functionality. Only our bullets has this functionality to check on trigger. So only bullets can do harm to anything. And I think we need to add a separate script, and we'll call it add damage, so that if something will be here in our scene that should add any damage to us, we will just attach this script to it. So let's do it. Right click, create C# script, and call it add damage. So before I enter the script, I will add it to our moon like so. Okay, that's cool. And let's open it, add damage, and here we need to specify some attack, how much damage this moon should add to us. So let's make it public, and it could be integer, and let's call it attack, and maybe this moon would have quite a lot of attack, so we need to be careful about 10. What else? I think that would be it really. So let's go down, and we can get rid of all of this stuff, and we can add on trigger enter 2D, and when we trigger it, it should get into our HP script and call the method. So let's use collision. Now get component HP, and here we should find add damage function, and we need to pass attack value to it. And of course, before we do it, we should probably check if this component exists to be sure there will be no errors. So if collision get component HP, so we are checking if the object that we hit has this script, and if it does, we want to call this method. So let's minimize it and let's press play, and we'll see if it's working or not. So let's go, and yes, we were killed, which is fantastic. I don't want the moon to be killed, to be honest, but if you want to, you can add HP script to it, and let me see if it's going to work. If we add HP to it, and let's say it's got initial HP 1, and now if I press play and shoot it, we should be able to kill it. But yes, we killed it. But I don't want the moon to be killed by our bullets, because for me it doesn't make much sense. So we'll remove the components of it. And let's create a prefab out of it. So I will drag it down and we have our moon ready. Okay, let me see if we can go through it to the teleport and ta-da. Okay, cool. I like it. So we've got another object created. As you can see, it's getting easier and easier. I think that most of the hard stuff is behind us. Now we need to create some more nice objects to make our level more attractive. We are doing really great, but I would like to add this functionality so that we can see how much life we've got left. Because if you add some prefab, let's add a space boss, as this is quite powerful. Let's move teleport to the right. And okay, let's leave this moon as it is. And I will press play. We've got 4 points of life, but if we were hit, we have no way of knowing how many points we've got left, and this is bad. So I want to create a kind of slider that will be showing us how many life we got initially and how many points of life we got left. That would be really nice. So in order to do it, we have to use UI elements. So let's create it. Right click it, UI, and here we can choose slider because we want to use the slider. And click on the canvas, F to focus. And it's fine to use overlay because we want to have it overlaid. Let's just use this constant pixel size to scale with screen size. We already done it before, so I hope you know how to do it. Select the slider and move it somewhere here. And now, because we are working on our level and the UI at the same time, this is a little bit problematic. We can go to the game and see how it looks like, which is better, but there is another way of doing it. We can actually choose to have this canvas not screen space overlay, but screen space camera. And here we can attach our camera to the render camera. And now we have everything here. But as you can see, our slider is gone. Why is it? It is gone because something is on top of it. So we have to change this order in layer to some higher value, for example 3. So it is on top of our bricks now. And if we press play now and go to the right, you can see that the slider is going along with us, which is cool. Okay, so we are going to create it. Let's click on the slider and make it a bit bigger, as this is too small, isn't it? Let's click on rect tool. Let's make it bigger. Something like that would do. Yes, that should be fine. I don't want to have this handle, so I will get rid of it. I click on handle side area and just delete it. And here we've got fill area and the background. So if you click on the fill area, this is how our slider will be filled. So you can specify the color of it, and maybe for now let's use some blue one. And the background is whatever is beneath it, and it's white for now, so let's leave it as it is. Later on maybe we change it. And here you can see that we've got our orientation or direction from left to right, which is fine. This is what we want. There is some min value and max value. We will be changing it from the script, so we don't have to worry about it. The whole numbers, we don't have to change it. The value is something that will be dropping so that we will see. It will start with the full. When somebody damaged us, this value will be going down. So this is how it's going to look like. We have to check those values. We have to decide what the minimum value will be and the maximum value. And those stuff are our initial health points and actual health points, which are being held in HP script. If you click on your Galaxy Fighter, here you've got HP script and here is the initial HP, which is the starting HP. This is something we need to take, and this will be our maximum value. So how to do it? I think we'll create a new script actually, and maybe we can call it like level UI, because it won't be visible in the menu. It's going to be there only in the levels. So let's create a new script and call it level UI. We'll assign it to this canvas, why not? And now we can open it. So before we enter the script, let's just name it properly. So this would be a canvas, a level UI. So let's call it so that we know what is it. And the slider that we've got, it should be a slider of HP. So save it. And before I forget about it, let me show you something. I pressed play and the sliders work the way that you can just, drag and move it so that the value changes, and we don't want it. We just want our slider to be displaying some value, but we don't want the user to be able to change it. So in order to do it, we need to click on it and unclick the interactable option. So now if we press play again, you can just click and drag it, but it doesn't work anymore. And this is the way we want it to keep it. So, okay, it's something to keep in mind. So let's enter the script and delete all the comments. We need to create some fields so that we are going to manipulate, and we need to have a reference to our slider. So let's create a public reference for this slider. Let's make it public and now use a slider. And as you could see it, I don't know if you could or not, but when I was typing slider here, maybe I'll do it again so that you can see it clearly, because one line of using statement was added automatically, and you might wonder why. So now when I'm typing slider, this is showing me that this type of variable is using Unity Engine UI. And now when I press tab, this line of code was added automatically, but maybe of some reason yours won't do the same thing, because sometimes before I had the situation, maybe now it was improved, but first you had to put this line of code, like you had to type using Unity Engine and then UI in order to use UI elements. So if you wanted to use, for example, text or input field or whatever that is UI element, you need to have this line of code. So just keep it in mind. So now we have it, public slider, and let's call it slider HP, so we know what is it. And now we can just assign this reference to this variable. So let's go back to Unity and click on our canvas level, because here is the script, and just drag and drop it. Okay, the reference is done. Let's go back to the code. And here we need to have some method to update those values, like slider max value. When you click on the slider, we need to have this max value to set to some number. And what is that number? It would be the same as the health points of our player. The mean value should be 0. We won't touch it at all. And the value of the slider would be the value of actual HP points of our player. So those two variables we need to create and change them during the game. So let's go back to the code. We can do it here, or we can just manipulate them in the method. So let's try with the method first without creating these variables here. So let's call this method maybe void and update health points UI. Maybe I call it this way. I think this is quite descriptive name for it. So what do we need to have it? We need to pass to this function some arguments about the actual HP and the maximum HP. And we need to get them from the HP script, because here we've got it. We've got initial HP and actual HP. So how to do it? We are going to do it through the parameters. So let's create this function straight away so that it can take some arguments. Because remember, when you declare or create the method, you add some parameters, and then when you call this method and add some values to it, you add arguments. So sometimes we get confused with it. What is a parameter? What is argument? So when you create function, you create parameters for it, and when you call it, you pass arguments. So just keep in mind, if you forget about it, it's not a big deal really. So anyway, let's go back. We need to add some health points, and what type are they? Let me see it. Go back to HP, and here you can see it. We've got them both of type integer. So those types we need to implement here. So let's call it int, and first we'll get maybe the maximum, so it will be initial HP. So let's call it initial HP, and then we need another parameter which will be actual HP, and that's it. And because we are going to call this method from our HP script, we need to make it public. So just type public, and as you can see, if I want to type some word that is recognizable by the Unity and the Visual Studio, I just add extra space so that it can find it. Okay, let's go into the function, and here we need to get our slider HP. So let's type slider HP, and now we need to get this max value, which will be this initial HP. So let's get max value equals to initial HP. And now we need to get this actual value. So let's type value, and this will be equal to actual HP. And this is it for now. So let me go back to our HP script and then decide when this method should be called. So when do we want to update our slider? For sure, we want to make it right when we start the game to show, you know, the full bar and to know how many health points we've got. And then we want to update it every time when we get hit. So let's go back to the code and see it. This is really nice to do it in HP script, because here we've got those values already, and we've got this method when it's called when we get some damage, which is really nice. Let's create a new method for it. It will be of type void, of course, and call it update player UI. That's important because we will be referring to our player. And here we have to check it if this object is a player, because we don't want to update any UI if this is some different object, right? Because HP, this script, is added to all the objects that are on the scenes, and that would be our player and our enemies. So we want to be sure this applies only to our player. So let's just check it if this is a player, and we can check it through the script, for example. But do we want to check it all the time? Actually, we don't, but it's not going to happen all the time. When you think about it, you could just check it in the start method if this script is attached to the player or to some enemy object, and then you would know it straight away. But it won't be invoked that many times, so we can just do it in this method straight away. So here, let's check it if this is a player. So if game object, and now transform and compare tag, and if this object has a tag of player, then that would mean this is a player. So if this is a player, then we want to call this method from here and pass some parameters. So we need to make a reference to level UI. So we can do it on the top. So let's go beneath, and here I will make it of level UI, and let's call it level UI, and maybe I'll type script so that we know what we are referring. And in the start we want to look for it. So level UI script equals, and now game object with the capital letter, because we are going to find it through the type, find game object of type, and we are looking for this type. So level UI and semicolon at the end. And as you can see, the game object was grayed out, so that means we don't really need it. Of course, if it happens that we didn't add this element to the scene, we would get an error. So we need to look for it. We need to check it if it's present. So once we check if this element is a player, and now we need to check if level script is present, so level UI script, then we want to update it. So now let's go to level UI script, and here we will get update HP UI, and we need to pass 2 arguments, and those arguments are initial HP and actual HP. So let's do it. So here we are typing initial HP and actual HP. Okay, this is all done, and now we need to call it. So when we want to call it in the start methods, remember that the order is very important. First we need to assign, then we need to make a reference to UI script, and only then we can update play UI. If you make it in other order, that might not work. You might get this on top, that should be fine, it's not a problem, but update play UI need to be at the end, because you can't make a reference to the level UI script and call some function if you didn't find it first. So okay, we need to call it in the start, that's for sure, and then we need to get it when we get damage. So let me type it here, and yes, this is looking great now. Let me go back to the game. Okay, let's press play and see how it goes. So we have a full bar. Now when we got hit, we have it less and less and less and less and less, and now we are killed, which is great. So let me see, how many health points did we have? Where are we? Galaxy Fighter. And at some point I assigned a value of 12 to our player. So let's add 3 and see what's the difference. So now we have 3 health points, so we will get 2 damage, and here we go. So it is working fine. Cool, super cool. So maybe I will increase this value back again to about 10. And while we're still here, I would like to make some extra super cool function that when you will get less and less of your health points, the color of the slider will change. So let's say we are starting off with the blue, then it will turn green, and then yellow, and then we are going to be dead. Okay, we need to create a new method, and let's call it change the color of the slider. So change slider color, and here we need to assign some color to our slider. So let me click on it, and what exactly do we need to change? We need to change this fill, and here we've got the color of this image. So this is what we need to change in order to see it. So we have to make a reference to this object. So actually we need to make a reference to this image that is on that fill object. So let's do it. It would be easiest to make it public. So do the same thing as we've done here, public and now image, and let's call it image slider. And now let's make this reference. So now click on canvas level UI, and here you have this empty field. So let's just drag and drop this fill object to it, and this is done. So let's go back to the code. So we need to change this image slider color. So let's go to change slider color, and now we need to make some if statements. So if we need to get the slider HP, so let's do it. Slider HP value divided by slider HP max value, and if that fraction would be bigger than, let's say, 75, we want to have a blue color of our image slider. So let's type image slider, and now color equals, or maybe we can use color and now press dot and we can use blue. Okay, that's the easier way. Now I will show you some other way how you can assign a color that you want to be specific. So now let's put another if statement. So else if, and here we can copy it. We could create a separate variable out of it, but maybe I will show you later on how to change it, okay? So it's a bit better. So if this is bigger than, let's say, 0.5, we want our image slider color to be equal, and now we will add it specific, so color, and here we need to add some values. So let's go back to Unity, and let's say we want to have it green, something like that. So we need to take those values 0.2, 1 and 0.1, for example. Okay, so let's type it 0.2, and there was 1 as I remember, and then it was 0.1f. Okay, so this is two different ways. If you want to have some predefined colors, you can use something like that. If you want to create your own color based on this color wheel, you would do something like that. And let's add last statement. So else we can get, maybe let's use this line of code, and here we can type, let's see what is predefined. We can use green, red, black, blue, clear, cyan, gray, green, gray, yellow. So let's use yellow maybe. Okay, and when do we want to change the slider color? We want to change it when we update our HP. So let's do it in here. We don't really need this start and update methods, so let's get rid of them. Okay, so this is done. So let's just see how does it look like. Let's go back to the game, press play, and we've got it blue, we got hit, and it's green, and now yellow, and we're gone. So this is working fine, great. But I would like to show you how this can be improved a little bit, so you don't have to type it twice. Because actually we just made 3 different conditions, but you could make more of it. You could add another if statement like so, and here you could specify if it's bigger than 0.25, for example. And here you could add some, I don't know, red color, for example. You could just use this line of code, and here you can type red, but of course that should be here. So let me just change it so that red is at the end. Okay, that should be working, and as you can see we have 3 pretty much the same values. So actually we could create a new variable of type float and call it HP ratio or something like that. Maybe I will call it HP value ratio, and by default let's make it 0f, save it, and now whenever we change slide color, so before we enter this if statement, we will calculate it. So we will get this value, and let's get it like so. So here we will get this value, and now instead of typing the same divisions, we can just type this variable in here, and that should be working fine. And here we have it. This is working pretty nice. And before we go, because this is pretty much finished now, I would like to show you something, because sometimes something may not work as you expect it to work, and you need to print some values to see how the method is working. So sometimes if you can't make it work, just print it, just type print, and for example print this value to see what kind of values do we have. So now we'll just check exactly what values we are getting. So if you go to console, you can see that here you've got 0.9, 0.8, 0.7 and so on. You see? So sometimes this is very helpful to print some values to be sure that everything is working as we want it to work. And look, Visual Studio have this nice option to just collapse it so that if you don't need this method, you can see the whole script much cleaner. And before we finish, I think that would be a really nice thing to make our canvas level UI a prefab. So let's go into the prefab folder and just drag and drop it. So we've got it here. And why do we do it? Because if we change to our scene, let's say to level 2 and save it, here we want to add this as well. So let's just go to prefabs and just drag and drop it. But because we set it as the screen space camera, we need to assign a camera to it, like so. And now if we press play in our level 2, everything should be working automatically. And as you can see, this is cool. I was searching through the Pixabay website and I typed spaceship, and I found this image that holds many different spaceships that were created by someone already. So I thought that I will create one lesson to show you how you can use some assets like that found on the internet for your own needs. So let's click on it and download it. Let's click download and download again. And let's download the vector graphic as well. So, okay, I have to log in. So, free download, vector graphic download. So first of all, I will show you how to do it without using any other software. So just drag it and drop it into your sprites. I don't think I made it right. Yes, it's here. So let's put it in sprites. So you click on it, and here in the inspector window, you've got a sprite mode. If you click on it and choose multiple instead of single, then you can apply the change and go to the sprite editor. And here we can cut it. So we can use a slice and choose automatic slice. But as you can see, it doesn't do a very good job. With this one, it's okay. It's cut properly. With that one, okay. With that one, it's not, because as you can see, this image is overlapping that image, so it can't create a good borders. With this one, the same thing. Let me see which one should be fine. Maybe this one. Yes, this one is okay. This one is pretty much okay, but you would see some other stuff here. With this one, you would see this laser beam as well. This one would be fine. This image is not really great for our purposes, but I will apply it to show you how that could be used. So let me close it, and here you've got it, all the cuts. So here you've got this image and the arrow. If you expand it, you can see how it was cut by Unity. Of course, you can change it. If you go back to the sprite editor, now you can change it. Like you've got this cut here, you can just make it a bit smaller like that. Let me see, this one we are not going to use it. We can just move it down, because let's say we really want to use that sprite image. So you can make it smaller to have it in the middle as much as possible and do something like that. Now if we apply it and close it, we should have this blue image here. You can see it. Okay, anyway, so let's create some enemy with this object. And that's another drawback of using this kind of images, because if you, for example, want to create it, you can do it like so. And now you would have to rotate it because it is facing up. So we would have to rotate it along the z-axis to face us. And now we would add some scripts to it so that a new enemy would be fully functional. So let's say we want it to be shooting at us. So go to the prefabs and add some gun to it as a child object. Now I click on it with our move tool, and let's say I'll move it to the front. And of course we need to add a layer of enemy. Yes, change children as well. So now if we press play, it should start shooting. And it does, but look, it is shooting down because we rotated it. So that's why this is not a great way of using this image sprites if they're not facing properly. Of course you could go around it. I will delete it and I will create empty. I'll call it enemy 1, let's say, and here we can get our sprite and assign it as a child object. And now we can rotate it. Of course I will reset it first, and now I'm going to rotate it 90 degrees. That would be fine. And now we will add a gun to it as a child object of this enemy object. Move it to the front, and now we will make it enemy, yes, and now it should be fine. But you can't see it. Why you cannot see it? You cannot see it because the position of it is on -10. So we have to reset position. Let's press play. And it's shooting at us, so it's okay. Of course we can't kill it because it doesn't have any colliders on it. I just wanted to show you how to go around it and how to make it working. But normally if it was me, I would just open this file in some other graphic program and just edit it, because it's quite easy. Let me show you how to do it. I will delete it from our scene. We can use Inkscape for it. I've got it installed already, so it is open now. So let's import it. I will just click import, and in quick access downloads I've got it already. So let's wait for a second, and here we've got it all. And as you can see, it's like a one object, but normally it is when you import it. So you have to click on it and go to the object and ungroup it. So now let me click on something. Okay, it doesn't work. Let me do it again, ungroup. Okay, and now it's working. So you can see that you can just click somewhere and you've got single objects that you can just click and move away. So let's say we want this one and we like it a lot, and we like this one. So you can see you can just move it. And if you like this spaceship, it's best idea to rotate it straight away. So just click on it once again so that those arrows are changed, and just rotate it with Control to snap angle, and all you've got it. Now just go to File, Export PNG. Here you can choose what size it should be, and I think the size of it 99 by 69. It might be a little bit too small, but let's have a look. I think that should be okay. Here we've got a selection because we want to export only this spaceship. So here, export as, choose desktop, and I call it enemy 1, let's say. Save and export. So if we go to Unity now, right click in the project, import new asset, go to the desktop, and here we've got our enemy. And now we can just add it to the scene. So it's nicely oriented. We can just flip it to face our direction. We can add guns to it straight away. Maybe let's add 2 so that they are where the laser beams are. So let me move it up and let me duplicate it and slide it down. Let's use a layer enemy for it. And maybe I will add colliders straight away so we have it working. And is trigger, maybe rigid body 2D, change it to kinematic, and I will add a script which will be, well, let's use this enemy movement script, so just drag and drop it. And I don't want it to go left, I want it to be swinging up and down. So let's use movement speed on 0, trigger distance, it doesn't matter, it is a sinusoidal movement, and up down. Okay, so let's leave it as it is. I will move it back to about here and press play. So it should be going up and down and shooting on us, which is great. Let me try to kill it, but I can't. Do you know why? Why I can't kill this enemy? If you don't know, try to compare those two objects and find out. Okay, so in order to kill someone, we need to attach HP script to that object. So just click on it and add HP. And let's say it will have 2 health points. And we can create a prefab out of it. So just drag and drop it and now press play. So let's try kill it. And we did, we killed it. And of course we killed it only with 1 shot because we add a value of 8 to our shooting script. So we've got quite a big attack. So we can change it to 1 so that when we now press play, we would have to shoot it twice to kill it. Okay, and it's working. Good. So I hope you learned something and you will know how to use some vector files now to your own needs, how to use Inkscape to separate some stuff and export it, because it's a really nice option and it would help you quite a lot. So good luck and see you later. Today I would like to create some asteroid shooter so that it shoots out the asteroid and it drops down. So it's the first time when we are going to use some physics in our game. And I found this asteroid on Pixabay and I thought we might use it, but as you can see, it's got some background on it and we definitely don't want that background to be on. So we need to free download but use the vector graphic and we will change it like we changed the other file in Inkscape. Of course you can use some different software of your choice. I'm just using Inkscape because it's free and it's really nice. And of course, if doing some graphics is not that you really want to do, you can download this file. This file will be in our folder when you download it, so you can just import this asset and you don't really have to do it in Inkscape. But I think that everybody should have some basics, because later on when you will become that good in programming so that you would have someone else to do graphics for you, then it's fine, you don't have to touch it. But at the beginning I think that most of us will have to do different kind of tasks. So a bit of graphics, a bit of audio cutting, and it's good to have some basic understanding of this type of stuff. So let's just import it, file, import, and here we've got the stone. If we click on it, we have to ungroup it. So click, object, ungroup. And now let's try to click on it and delete. So now let's try to export it. You can go to File, Export PNG Image. And I think it's too big. So let's change this DPI to about 25, I would say. Click on it. And yes, that that would do. So let's export as, choose desktop, and I call it asteroids. I'll click save and export, and let us see how does it look like. Go to sprites, right click, import new asset, go to desktop, and here you have it, asteroids. Just put it on the scene, and yes, this is looking pretty great. Okay, so let's leave it as it is. I will just reset it. It's important to make all the prefabs that you are going to instantiate later on to be in 000. And let's change order in layer to some higher value, like 2. So we are sure it will stay on top of others objects. And now we could create some asteroid launcher or shooter and use some scripts that we are having here. So we could use the bullet script for our asteroids, and we could use some shooting script for the asteroid shooter. But I don't think that it would be a good idea in that case, because we would have to implement more checks in those scripts, and it could become a bit too much complicated. So we'll create it from the scratch. So let's create a new object, create empty, and let's call it asteroid shooter. I will reset its position to be on 0, and let's add some icon to it, like so. It won't be visible in our game, but we need to place it somewhere to detect where our object is. And of course it depends how do you want to shoot this asteroids, because if it stays here in the middle, then it will be shooting like that. So I don't think I would like it. I would prefer it to be somewhere outside of the view, so that the asteroids are coming down from the top. And yes, this is how I will place it for now. Maybe I put it to some even number, like 6. So now we have to add some script to it so that it will be shooting our asteroids. So let's add create C# script, and let's call it asteroid shooter. Okay, let's assign it. Please wait. Okay, so it's compiling. We have to wait for a second. And now let's try to do it again. Okay, it's fine. Okay, asteroid shooter, we have to open it. First, let's focus on shooting. So I want to make it quite easy. So let's make a prefab first. Let's make the reference to the prefab. So it will be a game object, and then let's call it asteroids prefab. And let's go to the beginning, and we need to add a public access modifier so that we can drag and drop this prefab to that field. Of course, the prefab hasn't been made yet, but we'll do in a minute. Let's create a new method, but delete the comment first. So void, and let's call it shoot asteroids. We are creating a new game object. Let's call it asteroids, and we need to assign instantiate method to it. So instantiate, here we are calling asteroid prefab, and we'll create it at the parent position, which will be game object and transform. Once it's created, we want to add some force to our asteroid. So we are using asteroid, and because this is going to work with some physics, we need to get rigid body 2D component. So let's get it, get component, and we need to type rigid body 2D, and we want to add some force to it. So add force, and here we have to decide about the vector. Probably we want to be shooting left and right. It depends how do you want to structure your game, but for now, to make it easy, we'll be shooting left. Okay, so let's type like -F for now, and I think we will shoot a little bit up as well, so that there is a nice arc. So let's type 2. As you can see, we've got some underlines because we can't really do it like so, because we need to add a vector 2 of force. So we could type here new vector 2. Okay, and now just add those values like -10f and 2f. That would be fine, but I think that would be cleaner or more obvious to us if we create this vector before. So let's create a vector 2 and call it asteroid direction maybe. And now let's create this vector in this place, like so. So let's copy it and paste it here. And as a second parameter, we are going to use force mode 2D and then select impulse, because this is how we want to shoot it, so that there is some impulse and after it no more force is added to that object. When do we want to shoot it? Probably we'll just create some timer for it. So let's create a public float and let's call it maybe shoot delay, and let's assign a value of 1 to it as a default. In our shoot asteroid we are going to implement some counter, so we'll need a counter as well, and we need to start counting from 0. So at the start we will be counting the time, so let's increase the counter by time delta time. And now if the counter will be bigger than the shoot delay, then we want to shoot. So we need to get those 3 lines of code to be inside this if statement. And once we shoot, we want to reset the counter. So the counter would be equal to 0f. And when do we want to shoot? We want to keep it in update method. Okay, I don't know if we are going to use a start method just yet, so let's leave it as it is. Create some prefab for our asteroid. In order to use some physics, we need a rigid body and box collider. So just add component. We've got rigid body already. I will leave it as dynamic. Let's add collider. Maybe circle collider 2D. Do we want to have it trigger? Yes, let's call it trigger. What layer do we want to have it? It should collide with bullets. Why not? It shouldn't collide with enemies and it should collide with our player. So I think that collide with bullets would be a good layer for it. And once it's done, let's create a prefab out of it. So open the prefab folder and drag and drop it. Here we have it. So now we can delete it from the scene. And in asteroid shooter, we have to attach it to the empty field that we created before. So here we have it. Let's see how it's going to look like. I think I will delete the enemy and the space boss so that we don't have to take care of them. Let's press play. We've got asteroids coming down on us. Great. This is really great. But they don't do any harm to us. Why? I hope you know it already. There is no logic behind it, and actually our prefab has no script on it at all. So what script is responsible for adding damage? We have a special script for it that we created before, and it's called add damage. So now we can open the prefab, click on it and click add component and add damage. So what value of attack it should have? I think that it should have quite a lot of attack. I think that if asteroid would hit the spaceship would be destroyed straight away. So I think this value of 10 is a good value. Press play and see what happens. And we are gone, so it's working. Great. We can actually create prefab out of our asteroid shooter. So let's drag and drop it as well. And now we don't want to be shooting those asteroids all the time. We only want to be shooting them when our player is coming closer. So we have to add this logic. This is pretty much the same logic as we've done with all the shootings. Yes, we are checking if the player exists and then the difference between two objects if it's bigger than trigger distance, and if the difference is bigger than 0. So we can just copy it and paste it there, but I want to do it from the beginning so you can see it again how to do it, and I would encourage you to do it yourself now. So stop the video, try to look into other script and do it yourself. So to check where is our player, we need to make a reference to our player. So let's call it a game object and player. Here in the start method we have to find it. So player equals, we need to use a game object because we are going to look for the player based on its tag. So find game object with tag, and our player is of tag player. In our shoot asteroid we are going to check if player exists. So if player exists, then we are going to do all the stuff. But of course there is not everything. We need to check where is this player. So if the player exists and the difference between this object and the player position is less than some value that we are going to specify soon, then it should start shooting. So let's make this public variable and call it trigger distance, and let's assign a value of, I don't know, maybe 25, because we don't need to see it, because we won't be able to see this asteroid shooter. So let's go down, and we could do this the same as we've done it with the shooting, like so, but as you can see this is pretty long and you can't see it in one screen. So I would do it a little bit different. I would just create a new variable. Let's make it of type float and just calculate it. So let's use this, maybe distance 1 equals 2, and we need to get our game object transform position x minus player transform and position x, like so. But probably that would be best to do it inside our player. So let's move it down, because you might ask why. Because we are checking our player here. So if we try to run this instruction before we check for the player, then we might get an error, and now we are safe, because if there is no player, then this line of code would not be called. So actually the name of it shouldn't be distance1, it's enough if we just call it distance. And now we are checking if distance is less than trigger distance, so trigger distance, and if distance is bigger than 0, then we will do all the stuff that needs to be done. So as you can see, it's getting a little bit more complicated when we are adding more and more safety checks and more some extra things to our project. Let's go back to our game and see if this is working. Let me see what asteroid shooter position is. It's on 7. So I move it to the right to be sure that this distance is bigger than it should be. And our Galaxy Fighter is on -6. Okay, this is fine. I save it and press play. At the moment it shouldn't be shooting. Let me click on asteroid shooter. Okay, it's not shooting. So let me go right and see. Okay, it started now. Cool. So now if I go back, it should stop shooting. Let me see. I will go back a little bit more. Okay, I will go back that far. And now it stopped. Look, there is no more asteroids popping out. So this is working. And of course, we have to add the line that will destroy our asteroid after, I don't know, 3 seconds, for example. So let me get it here and use destroy method and just type asteroid as an argument. And of course we want to destroy it after, let's say, 3 seconds. Okay, let's minimize it and go further to see if it's working and if it can kill us. It killed us. Good. There is no player, so no new asteroids are created. Great. This is perfect. So what else we might want to implement? We might implement some variation in shooting these asteroids. We could decide whether it should shoot with the same force or the force can be a little bit different each time. And I think that would be a really nice option. But we want to give you this freedom of choosing if you want to have asteroids random or not. So let's create this public bool variable. So let's call public bool is random, or maybe is asteroid random. By default, let's make it true actually, because I think this is a really nice option to have. Let's create a new method returning some values, some random values. So let's create it on the bottom, and it will be getting us some float number, and let's call it get random number. And I think we want to have some minimum and maximum value that this number will be generated from. So let's just type float min and float max. And now let's make a body of it, and we need to return it. So we are returning some instruction, and the instruction will be random range, and here we are using min and max, and min will be provided and max as well. I didn't really have to create this method. I could just use this kind of stuff here, but I wanted to show you how to create a method that is returning some values, because it's nice to learn it. So now here we can add another if statement saying that if is asteroid random, we want to create this vector, but we want to create it out of these random numbers. So let's get it, and here we will get this function, and here as a minimum I think I put about -14, -8, let's say. Okay. And now as a second parameter we are going to use the same thing, but we will add different values. So here is a positive value. I think we might use it from 0 to about 3. And now we are getting an error, so we have to add else statement, and if it's not random then we will move it here. And of course it still won't work because we need to make this a variable of a higher scope. So we have to copy it and create it here. And now we can just delete the type of it and it should be working fine. So now we are creating vector, and based on our decision if it should be random, then we will assign a random force to it, and if it's not random then we will just shoot it with those values, and then we are adding this force as stated. Let me clear it a little bit and save it. Go back to Unity, click on our asteroid shooter. We've got it turned on by default, so let's press play and see how would that look like. So now we will wait for a second. Oh no, we couldn't wait too much because we were killed already. So let me go again. I will go here and you can see that they are being shot at different locations. Good, it's working. And of course now you can manipulate with those values to make it even better. Today we are going to create a cannon shooter, and I thought that first of all we are going to import some assets for it. So right click in our sprites folder, and now let's choose import new asset, and here in the folder that you downloaded there would be a cannon base, so let's import it. But once it's imported you can have a look that this is only one file and it consists of two different parts, so you have to split it. How to do it? I showed you how to do it before, I hope you remember. If not, follow up. Just click on it, and here in the inspector we've got our sprite settings. You can choose a sprite mode and you can choose multiple instead of single. So once you click on it, click apply, and now we can go into the sprite editor. Okay, we are here, so we have to slice our image, and I tried to do it manually, but we don't want to do it manually. We can just go to slice and click slice. Udemy is doing a really good job in cutting our sprites as long as the images don't overlap each other. And now if you click on both of those objects, you can see that they were separated. And now just click apply and we are done. You can go back to the sprites folder, click this arrow, and now you can see that there are two separate sprites. There is still one graphic file, but it is divided in Unity so that we can use it as two different sprites. This is awesome. Before we go further, I would like to create some cannonball. We could download it or create it in Inkscape, but I would like to show you how you can do it yourself. So let's right click and create empty. Let's call it a cannonball. And now we are going to need some renderer. So let's type renderer, and of course we need sprite renderer. Here we are going to use a knob, and definitely our cannonball needs to be bigger. So let's reset its position first, and then let's increase it, let's say 5 times. Like so. It might be big, why not? If it will be too big, we'll make it smaller later on. And order in layer, let's put it on 3 for example. Most of the time cannonball is black or dark, so let's click on the color and choose some really dark. Maybe I will choose something like that. And now we need a little hole, so we can just duplicate it and make it a child of it. And now we can make it smaller. Let's just take it and make it smaller like so. Now press move tool and move it somewhere here, or maybe we can make it even smaller. So let's put 0.2. And when it comes to the Z, it might be on 0, no problem. And let's change its color to some lighter one, like so. Okay, that would be fine. I'll leave it as it is, and we can make a prefab out of it, but of course we'll need some script for it. And we could adapt our scripts that we've got already, like shooting and bullet, but I don't think that would be a good idea, because we would have to change quite a lot. In that case, let's create a new one and call it cannonball. Why not? Right click, create C# script, and let's give it a name cannonball. And of course, when it's created, we need to attach it. So just drag and drop it. And before we make a prefab out of it, let's add all the things we really need. So it has to be in contact with our player. So definitely we need some collider. So let's type a circle collider 2D and choose its trigger. Now let's add rigid body 2D and change from dynamic to kinematic. And we need to set a good layer for our cannonball. So let's go up, and in the layer, let's choose the one that will work for us. So we don't want this cannonball to damage enemies. We want it only to damage our object. They think that collide with bullets would do for us, because our bullets would be destroyed and the enemies won't be affected by the cannonball. So I will choose this collide with bullets. But actually, bullet enemy and collide with bullets would do the same thing actually at the moment. So let's choose this one and change for children as well. So once it's done, the position is reset to 0. We can create a prefab out of it. So let's drag and drop it. As you could see, the lighter dot has disappeared. So in that case, we have to increase the ordering layer for that object. And so let's go back to our main prefab and click overrides and apply all. Okay, now we can delete it from the scene and we can go into our script. So let's open the script, which is cannonball, and now we will do it in a bit different way than we did it before, because now our cannon shooter will be swinging from left to right to shoot our player. So it will be rotating so that wherever we go, it will follow us. So we have to add some vector to our bullet so that it shoot in the right direction, straight to our player. So in that case, we would need to add those fields on top. So definitely we would create some vector 3 and let's name it dir, like direction. And then what else do we need? We need some speed, that's for sure. So let's create a float and speed. And we would need some points of attack. Let's say I want you to have this possibility to change the attack so that this cannonball can be really powerful or just make a little bit of damage. So it would be up to you. So let's create a variable of type integer and let's call it attack. So that would be it here for now. Now let's get rid of the comments, and here we need to add some function to move this cannonball. So let's create void and now move, and let's enter it, and here we would need to change its position. So transform and position, and now we are going to increase it by our dir vector multiplied by the speed and multiplied by time delta time. We need to multiply it by time delta time so that it will work the same on every computer. So once it's instantiated, this cannonball, we will move it in the update method. When it's going to be instantiated, we need to initialize it from this cannon shooter object. So we need to create some methods that we will call to change those variables. So let's call it initialize or initialize bullet. That would be probably a better name. And we would have to call it from some other script. So we need to make it public. So let's make it public and void. And now we call it initialize bullet. And here we need to add parameters because we are going to change those 3 variables. So we need a vector 3 and let's call it the same. So dir, we need a float speed and we need integer attack. And inside of this method, we need to change those variables. So we want to change these variables, but because the names are the same, so to let the compiler know that we want to change those variables, we need to use a keyword this. And now we can type dir equals to dir. So it means that this variable that belongs to this class, which is that one, will be changed by this argument that we are going to pass when we call this method. It might sound complicated, but don't worry, just have a look how it's being done and you will get it. So let's go behind and we need to do the same thing with those 2 variables. Can you do it on your own? Try it. and let's go with it. So this, and now we need to change the speed and assign a speed that we are going to pass, and this attack equals to attack. Good. And in the end we want this cannonball to make some damage to our object, so let's call on trigger enter. So void on trigger enter 2D, and here we need to get a component HP on the object that we collide with. So we need to check if this object holds this script. So if, and all the information about the object that we are colliding with is held with this variable. So we need to type it, collision, and now get component, and here we will type HP because this is the script that we are looking for. And if this exists, then we want to call it. So collision get component HP, and now we want to add damage. And how much damage do we want to add? The damage that will be specified in the attack variable. So of course we are passing attack. Cool, this is done. So we don't really need our start method, so let's get rid of it, and let's get rid of those two lines on the top. They are grayed out, so it means we don't need it. And our cannonball should be ready now. It's time to create a cannon shooter, and we already got our cannon base done. So let's create an object out of it. So right click and create empty. Let's call it cannon shooter. Press enter, of course reset all the settings for the position. And now we want to create, maybe the cannon shooter will be like outer object, and now we are going to create few child objects so that it's going to work as we want it to work. So right click, or maybe without right clicking, just expand it and take a cannon base and make it as a child of it. We want to add this gun. We need to put it inside some other empty object, because why? I will tell you why. I will put it up, and we want to rotate it to go left to the right with this angle movement. And if we leave it as it is, it won't be possible because we need some anchor point here down in the middle. So we need to make it as a child object of some other object to be positioned in this place so that we can have this pivot point in that place. That's why we are using some other empty object as a parent of it. So right click, create empty, let's call it gun, why not? And now let's drag and drop it, and okay, it is resetted, that's fine. But in order for it to work properly, it should be pointing right. So we have to rotate it, and we need to type -90. Let's put it on 0, and let's move it to the right, something like that, I would say. And we want it to be behind this body. So let's put cannonball on, let's say 2, and this might stay as it is. Maybe let's put it on 1. And now when we are going to rotate it, you can see that this is looking like that, which is not that great just yet. So let's change it a little bit more. So probably we would need take this gun. So click on this gun, and as you can see, it is showing a pivot point in here, which is not really correct. So in order to see it clearly, let's just hide it for a little bit and click on the gun again. And here you have it. We can slide it down a little bit. I would say something like that should do. And now let's unhide it again, and let's try to rotate it. So now we are rotating, and it's looking better, isn't it? So let's just click on it and maybe go down a bit more like so, and now try to rotate it. Okay, that would be fine. I'll leave it as it is. Cool. We can make this layer so that it would be, let's put it as enemy for now. And let's create a new script for it. So click on it, add component, and what would be the good name for our cannon shooter? Of course, cannon shooter. So cannon shooter, and here new script, and create an add. So once it's added, of course, okay, it's added now. Let's open the script and we need to add some functionality to it. So first thing, we need to make a reference to our prefab, to our cannonball prefab. So let's type game object and let's call it cannonball prefab, like so. But of course we need to assign it in the inspector, so we need to make it public. We need to rotate our gun. So we need to make a reference to this child object. So let's do the same thing. I will just duplicate it and let's call it gun. What else? We need to specify some cannonball speed. So let's type public float and cannonball speed. And of course, let's type it correctly. And we need to assign some good value for it. I would say that we might start with 5F for now. Next, we will set some shooting delay because it will be shooting automatically. So we need to specify it. So public float, and let's call it shoot delay. I think we've done something like that before. So by default, let's put it on 1F. And of course we have to specify how powerful our cannonball will be. So let's type public int and attack. And let's assign a 3 to it. What else? We are going to need a counter to say how often it will be shooting, and it will work along this shoot delay variable. So let's create a float and counter equal to 0 at the beginning. We need to rotate the gun to match the position of our player. So we need to get a reference to our player. So let's call it game object and give it a name of player. To calculate the angle and the vector to our player from the cannon shooter to player, we need some vector. So let's create vector 3 and let's call it shooting direction. And I think that would be it. So let's go beneath and get rid of the comment, of course. So in the start method, we need to make a reference to our player. So player, and now we have to find it by the tag. So game object, find it. So find game object with tag, and our player has a tag of player. We need to shoot our cannonball. Actually, we need to rotate it first before we shoot it, really. So let's create a void and call it rotate the gun, or rotate gun for short. We need to calculate this vector that we created here. So shooting direction that we need to assign a difference between the player and the gun itself. So let's do it. So we are typing player, transform and position, take away the gun, transform and position. That would do. And once it's calculated, we need to check what angle it is so that we can rotate the gun. So we are creating a new float and call it angle, and we need to use a special math function. So math, and now we are using at and to. This is not easy, I know. This is something you probably shouldn't remember. If you are that good, of course, you can learn it by heart. But it's good to note it somewhere and have it ready whenever you need it. So now we are using our shooting direction and the Y value of it, and then we are using shooting direction X value, and in the end we have to multiply it by the math, and we need to change radians to degrees, so rad to deg. And that would be it for now to calculate the angle. So once the angle is calculated, we need to rotate the gun. So we go beneath, and now gun, transform and rotation. That would be equal to quaternion. And now we are using a special method, angle axis, and here we need to specify this angle that we calculated above, and we are using vector 3 forward. That's why it's important, so that our gun is facing right. Once we have it, we can just call it in the update method. Let's check if this is working. So there is no shooting yet, only the rotation. So maybe we can just change the size of it, because this is definitely too big. I will type 0.2, and 0.2 maybe is too small, so 0.3. Okay, I think that should do. If not, then we will change it later on. Let's move it down for now. And okay, we need a cannonball prefab. It's not needed just yet because we don't shoot, but let's assign it, why not? So cannon, and here we assign it, and we need a gun, so we take this gun and put it there. Okay, so let's press play and see if this is working. So now, as you can see, if we go, this gun is facing us all the time. If we go up and down, this is following us. Okay, cool. So let's save it and go back to the script. The gun is rotating, so we need to shoot. I would say that we need to make an extra check because we are trying to get the player and the gun. What if we get killed? There would be no player anymore, and the gun would try to get its position, and we will get an error. So I think we would add if player exists, then we will get those executed. We can create a new function and call it shoot, for example. And here we need to increase the counter, yes, because we need to count every few seconds or so. So counter plus equals, and here we are using time delta time. We need to check if the counter is bigger than this shot delay, then we want to shoot. So let's add if counter is bigger than shoot delay, then we want to shoot. So how do we shoot? We need to create a new game object, and let's call it cannonball. And now we need to instantiate it, and we instantiate a cannonball prefab. Where do we want to instantiate? Maybe we will create some aim later on, but for now let's instantiate where the gun is, maybe. So let's just call gun and transform. But once it's instantiated, we want to unparent it. Why? Because our gun is rotating, so it will move along with it. So probably we don't want that. So let's unparent it. So we are typing cannonball transform set parent, and here we need to provide a null value to it. And once it's done, we need to normalize this shooting direction. Why? Because if we will be further away, then just have a look into cannonball script. We are going to pass this direction soon, and we calculate the movement by this vector and the speed. So if our vector is bigger, then the whole speed will be bigger. It will be faster, and we don't want that. We want the speed of our cannonball to be the same all the time. So that's why we need to normalize it. We could normalize it here as well, or here. That would do as well. But let's do it in here. Let's use this shooting direction and normalize it. We want to get the component. We want to get this script and just initialize the bullet. Okay, so let's go beneath and call cannonball And now we need to get the component, and the component is cannonball, and here we need to initialize the bullet, and we need to provide all the arguments. So what are the arguments? We need to add the vector with this, which is shooting direction. Then we need a speed, which is held in here. Where is it? Cannonball speed, that's the one. So let's type it cannonball speed, and in the end we need to add attack. We want to set the counter to 0, so counter equals to 0f. We want to shoot once it's rotated, so let's do it in here. Good, that's good. Let's go back and have a look if this is working. Just click on cannon shooter, everything is added, which is fine. So let's press play and see. I go up and we can see bullets coming to the position where we are. But as you can see, the bullets are being created in the middle of our object, which is the point where the gun is located. So it's up to you. If you like it, then of course you can keep it as it is. Of course you can do something like that you increase the cannon base ordering layer to, let's say, 4, and then you can change the cannon to about 3. And if you go to the cannonball, here you can make it to 2, so it will be always behind our objects. So now if we press play, we shouldn't see it. As you can see, it is there, but we can't see it. But it doesn't look very good when it's shooting and we just move it, so it looks like it is being shot from the side of it, and I don't really like it. So let's create some new object and call it aim. So I will just click on gun, create empty, and call it aim, and I will move it to the right like so. And now if you rotate the gun, it will go along with it. So we need to make a reference to our aim as well. So we'll duplicate it and call it aim. Let's go back and assign this value. So cannon shooter, and now let's drag aim to it. Go back to the script, and we need to make this aim so that a new cannonball is created at this position. So let's look for the place where the prefab is created, which is here, and instead of gun we want to use aim. Okay, save it, go back, press play, and see how it changes. And now it's being created here on top of it where the aim is. I think it could be a bit faster, so in our cannon shooter we can increase the speed of it to about, let's say, 8, and let's go crazy and shoot twice a second, and let's press play. So now it should be definitely faster and quicker, and it is. So now it's up to you. If you want to be able to delete this, to damage this cannon shooter, then of course you need to add HP script to it. So we'll add HP, but of course if you add it as it is here, it won't work that good because there is no collider on it. So in order to work it properly, we need to add component and call it collider. Maybe I use box collider 2D, which is a bit too small because we don't have any sprite on this object, so we need to change the size of it and the Y as well, something like that. And is trigger, and let's add rigid body component to it, change from dynamic to kinematic, save it, press play, and see if this is working. As you can see, this is still shooting. I can shoot it and it gets killed, which is awesome. Maybe I'll increase the size of it to about 10, not the size but actually the HP points. And yes, I create a prefab out of it, and we are done. Now you can add more of them, and even you can add one on top. And maybe let's try to, how can we make it to look nice? Maybe we can go inside and click on Canon base, and maybe let's flip the Y image, and let's have a look if this is going to work. And yes, this is working, but our gun is not rotating properly, so we would have to change it to make it right. So let me click on our gun and move it like so, and now press play, and now it should be working fine. And of course it would be really hard to go through, but this is really interesting, I would say. So you can see that you can do plenty of nice stuff on your own now. Before we go any further, I just noticed that there is a new version of Unity to be downloaded. We've got 2019 4.6, but if you go to install and click add, you can see that there is 2019 4.7 to be downloaded, and I want to do it now and move our project to the newer version. It's always smart to copy your project before you go to the higher version. It should be no problem with it, but it's just safe to do so. So best thing to do is go to Unity projects or wherever is your project and just copy it and paste it. You can paste it in the same place and just type it that it's 4.6 version. Maybe I will show you how to do it. So just Ctrl C and Ctrl V. It will take a while because there is plenty of small files that are making our project. That's why copying and pasting takes quite a long. Okay, this is done and we've got our copy, so we can just type it that this project is 2019 and 4-6. This is how I'm going to do it. So let's go back and let's install the newer version, which is add, and now let's click on that one. I don't want to get the latest release because I think there will be plenty of improvements to that version yet to come. That's why I don't want to move our project to that version. So let's click next, and here is up to you. If you want to get prepared for Android and so on, then you might tick them as well, but there is no need for it just yet. So I will just leave it as it is. We don't need to download Visual Studio as we already have it. So just press done and the new version should be downloading. And of course, while it's downloading, you can still open your project and work on it, but I will just wait to move it to the newest version straight away. Okay, we've got the latest version installed already, so now we can go back to the Projects tab, and here we can change the Unity version from the last one to the newest one. So we are typing 4.7, and now we can click on it, so we get some notification if we really want to upgrade, and as it is saying, it might take a few minutes and so on. So let's just confirm it and wait for the project to be opened. Okay, we've got our project opened. Let me go to level 1 and change all the stuff a little bit so that we are sure that most of the objects that we created are working fine before we delete the other project that we copied. So let's go to prefabs and let's add enemy 1, let's add enemy 2, and let's add a space boss somewhere back here. Let's add the moon, and I think this is it really. Of course, the asteroid shooter should go to the right. And okay, let's press play and try to go to the end. And of course, it was pretty hard, wasn't it? Okay, here we have it. Many, and this is looking fine. So I think everything is working okay with this newer version. So we can actually go and delete this folder with the previous version. This is what I would normally do because I don't need it anymore. So we just press delete and let it go. Okay, we've got our cannon shooter, but it is shooting all the time. And I want to add this function so that it will start shooting only when we come to some specific range, because there is no point of it shooting when we are far from it. So let's move it somewhere here, and maybe I will move the teleport back as well. So let's click on it and open the script cannon shooter. We've got already few fields to manage our object, but we need to add a few more so that it will be shooting only when we will come close to it. So let's add some trigger distance. So let's make it public, and it will be of type float, and let's call it trigger distance. And I think a good value for it would be about 20f. And because this is f public, I will move it up. So now we need to add if statements, this condition, to our shooting. And actually we can add it to rotating as well, because there is no point for this cannon shooter to be rotating if we don't even see it. That would be no point of it. So let's just do it. We cannot really do it in the shoot and rotate again, because we would have to do the same things. So let's create a new method, and here let's make it of type void, and maybe we call it calculate the range. And here we need to make the difference between this object and our player. So let's create some float variable, and let's call it distance, and this will be equal to game object transform position x, take away the player, transform and position x. And now if our object, our player, will be between the -20, which is trigger distance, and +20, then we want to shoot. So let's add this conditional statement saying that if the distance is bigger than minus trigger distance, and if the distance is less than the trigger distance, then we want to do both of this stuff. So we'll move it there, and here we can calculate the range in our update. I think that might do. So let's save it. Let's see, where is it? It's on 22, and our object is on -6. So we are out of the range. So now where is this cannon shooter? It's here. So it doesn't look like it is shooting. So let's go to the right and see, and now it starts shooting. Let's go back a little bit so that we are sure we are out of the range, and it stopped, so it means it's working. Let's go to the right now, and now we should be off the distance as well, and as we can see, no more cannonball are created. Cool, so this is working. But I've noticed that we didn't implement any destroy instruction for our cannonball, so that it's destroyed after, let's say, 2 seconds, and we should have done it. So let's open the script, the cannonball script, and in the start method we should destroy it after 2 seconds. So let's type void and start, and here we have to type destroy and game object, and let's put 2 seconds, and that should be fine. So let's minimize it and press play, see if this is working. Let's go a bit further. It started shooting, good. Bullets are being destroyed, and they are. Cannon shooter will shoot only when we come within the specific range, and we can change that range So it's up to you. You can make it smaller so that it will start shooting when we are really close to it, because now we changed it to 10. So even if we see it, probably it won't start shooting, and it's not. So we have to come closer, and now there it goes. Cool. I thought it would be really nice option to create some shoot effect for our cannon shooter, so that there is like a little explosion next to the gun where the bullet is being instantiated. So before we do it, let's move our cannon shooter to the scripts where it should be, really. And let's open it, because actually we would do this functionality in our cannon shooter. So let's open it. And here we would have to add this functionality, but before we can do it, we need to create it, because we are going to create some particle system. So let's right click and choose effects and particle system. So this is how it's going to look like at the beginning, but we need to change it. Duration, it only will be a fraction of the second actually, because it must be only like a quick explosion, and that's it. So I put something like 0.3 maybe for the beginning, and I don't think we need looping. I will play it, but I will make a looping for now so we can see how it would look like. The lifetime, it would be about 0.4 as well, and the speed, let's put it on 1 for now, and maybe we'll change it later. Here, let me see. Let's go further. Let's go to emission, and here we want to have this burst, like explosion. So here I will put just 1 for now, and where the burst is, just click on the plus button. So now we will get this burst, and I think I will make it bigger, like 60 for now. And the shape, what shape it should be? I think this is not really a good shape of it. I will change it to, let's say, maybe circle, but this is a wrong orientation. The circle is not facing the right direction, so I will rotate it. I will maybe just delete this one, and okay, this is how I want it to look like. And let's reset the position of it, which will be here. That's fine. Remember, all the prefabs should be placed on 0, 0, 0. That would be best. Go back to our shape. We can change the radius if we want. Okay, maybe something like that. Radius thickness, maybe we change it later. Here we've got arc mode. We can change from random to loop, but it doesn't look that good. Ping pong as well. Burst spread, I think that would do. So let's leave it as it is. The radius, let me see if we, okay, I will increase it, and radius thickness, I will make it bigger. Okay, good. Let's go to color over lifetime for now, and let's click on it, and here we'll choose the first color. So let's start with the red one maybe, or something like orange. Let's say orange, and at the end we want to make it, let me see, maybe yellow or red. Now I think yellow would be better. And maybe we'll decrease the alpha channel of it. Okay, that should be good. So next, what else do we have? Maybe size over lifetime. Maybe we can change that one. And let's click on this graph. And here on the bottom, we've got different options. So let's try this option. Maybe that one. We just want to find something that we really like. I think that this one is not that bad, so I will leave it as it is. Now let's go to render, and here we need to make sure that this effect will be visible, so that we need to change order in layer for it. Or we put it on 4. It doesn't have to be 4, it just has to be some high value so that it will be printed on top of other objects. So let's go back, let's collapse it, maybe let's play a little bit with the count. What would be if we put 30? So let's make this as a 90. That should be okay. What if I just untick the looping and now I press play? So this is how it's going to look like. So maybe let's decrease the duration. Okay, this is fine. Maybe I will change the speed. Play. Okay, so it needs to be lower, that's for sure. Good, this is looking good. The lifetime, I will make it a little bit smaller. Play. Okay, cool, I like it. But it's definitely too big, isn't it? But it will be smaller, you can be sure about it. So let me just call it, it will be explosion effects, and I will make a prefab out of it. So I just drag and drop it here, and we need to implement it to our cannon shooter. So let's open the script, and here we need to add another prefab. So let's go beneath, and actually we can duplicate it, and we'll call it explosion effect prefab. And now we want to instantiate it as we instantiate the bullet. So let's go here, and where we are shooting, we can duplicate this line and call it explosion effect. And here we need to type explosion effect prefab, and we want to make it at the same position as the aim. That's okay. But once it's created, actually we want to destroy it after a fraction of seconds. So let's just go below and type destroy explosion effect, and let's add 0.3f to it. So okay, let's just delete it from the scene, and let's press play to see how does it work. Let's go to the right, and now it's shooting. Okay, this is looking good, but it's definitely too big, so we need to make it smaller. So let's add it back to the scene and make it smaller. I think that would be good to have it like 0.2 maybe. Let's override it, apply all, let's delete it from the scene and press play. Go to the right, check, and yes, look how nice effect it's making. Once it's done, you can of course manipulate with it. You can just open this explosion effect and play with it so that it looks exactly as you would like it to look like. Before we finish, we have to fix one problem, because when we got killed, you can see that we get an error and we have to make it right. So when you click on this message, you can see that the problem is on the calculate the range method in our cannon shooter script. So let's click on it and open it. And here we need to calculate the range only if the player exists. So we need to make this check. So let's just go here and type if player exists. Then we want to do all of that. And now let us see, because we are going to run those methods only then when the player exists. So actually if we go down, we don't have to make this check again. So in our rotate gun, we don't have to check for the player anymore, because this check was already done in the method that is going to call this rotate gun method. So that should be fine. And now if we go back and clear the console, press play and let the cannon shooter to kill us. If we go to the console, there is no errors, which means it's fine. Today I want to create a damage effect, and I want to make it so that whenever we got hit or we hit some enemy, our sprite changed the color for a fraction of a second and then get back to its prime color, or the, I don't know, starting color, let's say. So for example, our sprite, if I click on our Galactic Fighter, it's got a color of light blue, but when we got damage, it will turn red for, let's say, half a second and then go back to the blue color. Okay, and the same will apply to our enemies. We have this function to get damage in our HP script, so we can actually make it in HP script if we want to, or we can create a new script for it. But I think that our project is getting to the end very soon, so that we might use this HP script because it won't be that big. So let's open it, but before I do it, I want to turn your attention to something. We are going to get this sprite renderer component, and it's easy when we have this HP script attached to the same object on the same level. So we've got HP here and the sprite renderer next to it. But some of our enemy objects have a different hierarchy of it. Let's say our cannon shooter. Here we've got our HP script, but there is no sprite renderer in the same hierarchy. We've got sprite renderers in its children, the first child and then in the gun. So we would have to make this function so that it gets the component in children as well. In that case, let me show you something. We might use get component in children instead of get component, because as you can read the description, it returns the component of type in the game object or any of its children using depth first search. So it will be getting this component on the same level and on all the children. And this is something we might want to use. So we can get component, and only the first component that it will be found will change the color, or we can get all the components and change its color. I think we'll make only one component, so only one sprite will change the color, because it will be a bit easier to do. So let's just do it. Let's open the HP script, and I think we're going to create a new method. Let's call it change the color. And before we change the color, we actually need to create a new variable of type color and assign this starting color to it. And we have to do it in the start method. But we need to create this variable on the global scope. So we are going to create it here, color, and let's call it starting color. And here in our start, we want to assign some value to it. So let's type starting color, and now we want to get component in children, and we want to get this first component of sprite renderer, and of course we need to get a color field. Okay, we've got some value assigned to our starting color. So here in change color, we need to change this color in the component. So we are getting the same thing, or actually we will be getting this component quite often. So I think we might create a new variable out of it. So let's do it beneath. It will be of type sprite renderer, and let's call it sprite renderer. Why not? And here in the start, we'll do the same thing. So sprite renderer equals to, and we will get this component. Okay, that should be fine. And I will move it up so that I can use this variable straight away in here. So let's go here to change color and use this variable and change this color to red. So let's use predefined colors. After half a second, we want to change it back to this color, to this starting color. So how to do it? We could implement some timer, or we could use coroutine. And I think we will use a coroutine. So in order to do it, we need to create a new method of type IEnumerator. So let's type it IEnumerator, and let's call it change the color back. So change color back. And here we need to return something. So we are typing yield, return new, wait 4 seconds. And here we have to provide how long we need to wait before we change the color back. So we will wait half a second. This is quite standard way of creating a coroutine, so you need to remember how to make it. And in the change color, we want to call this coroutine. So first we will assign a red color to our sprite renderer, and then we need to call this change color back. So we need to start the coroutine by saying start coroutine, and here we need to provide a name of it, which is change color back. But here we are waiting half a second, and after it we need to change this color back. So we need to call our sprite renderer and color, and now we need to assign to it the starting color. And that would be it probably, but of course we need to call this method when the damage happens. So when the points are taken away, then we want to change this color. So let's save it, press play, go down, and whenever we shoot, you can see that it changes the color for half a second. And now if we got shot, we change the color for some time as well. And I think it's a little bit too long before we get the color back. So I will put like 0.2. I think that would be a good value for that. So let's press play again. Click. And as you could see, there was no interaction between our bullet and this object. We might click on our prefabs and our bullet, and here with our rigid body 2D, we will detect collision continuous so that it might help. And we'll do the same with bullet enemy. So instead of discrete, we'll use continuous. So let's press play and see if that helps. And now it's looking better. Let's add some enemy, and of course this is a red enemy, so it won't be that well visible. So maybe we'll change its color to some orange for now and see if we can make it red. Yes, it was. So of course now you can override the changes and see you in the next one. It's time to add some audio effects to our game. So in order to do it, let's go online and let's find some shooting audio file. I will just type shoot sound 3, maybe something like that. Let's open Signed Bible. Let's have a look, and free gun sound effect, and maybe this one as well. Okay, we might use these laser shots, so let's download it. I will click on download, and of course we have to log in. This is not bad. I like this one. I like those three, so I will download them. So click download MP3, download this one and download that one. And we can get all three into the Unity so that later on we might make it different for each object to shot with different sounds. Maybe I will get a new folder and call it sounds, and let's get those sounds into that folder. We can actually add this functionality to our shooting script. So let's open the shooting script. Our shooting script is not that big, so we might want to implement it here. So in order to make different audio clips for different objects, we can add them here. So maybe I will do it somewhere here. I will make it public so we can assign it, and it will be of type audio clip, and let's call it shoot clip. In order to play any sounds, we would have to get the proper component, but we need to attach it first to all the objects that are going to make these sounds audible. So let's minimize it and open assets and go to prefabs, and maybe we will start with our Galaxy Fighter. So here we need to add this component. So let's add audio source. This is the component we want to add. And as you can see, it's asking for audio clip. It's got some option to play on awake, but we don't want to play on awake. We only want to play when we will be shooting. So once this component is on, we can get back to the script and make a reference to it. So let's get back, and probably that would be best to make a separate variable for it. And it doesn't have to be public. So just type audio source and call it audios. And in the start, we will get this variable. So audios equals to get component, and here we type audio source. So when do we want to shoot? Maybe we are going to create a new method. Let's go here and type void, and now we are going to name it sound shoot effect. And here we need to get into the audio source component. So we are getting this variable audios, and now press dot and we need to play. So we are typing play, but before we do it, we actually need to assign our audio clip to it. So let's go above and now use audios and clip, and here we need to assign this audio clip. What was the name of it? It was shoot clip. So let's use shoot clip, and we need to call this method when we shoot. So when we instantiate, we can just call it at the end, and here we will do the same thing. Save it and go back to Unity, and we need to assign some audio clip to it. So let's drag and drop it. I will go to the sounds and I will choose the first one for now. But of course, if I just press play now, we'll get some error, but I want you to see it. So let's press play, and we are going down as you can see, this is shooting quite crazy because it's getting some error. And what is the error? Let's have a look. There is no audio source attached to the gun. That's the first error, and there will be more, but I will show you that. So let's fix our enemy. Let's do it on the prefab. So let's get our prefab gun, move it here, and let's attach audio source here. And we can decide what kind of sound do we want. Maybe this gunshot too, why not? And of course we don't want to play on awake, we want to override it. That should be fine. Let's get rid of it and press play again. This is shooting, there is no errors, but still I can't hear any sound effect. And why is that? It is because we shouldn't have attached this audio source, the clip, to the gun, but we should have attached it here to the shoot clip. So let's go to the sounds and click on our Galaxy Fighter again, and let's choose, maybe we'll use this gun and silencer, and let's attach it here. Let's get our gun prefab again, move it to the scene, and here we need to attach it as well. So click on sounds and get gunshot 2 and attach it here. Now we can override it, and I will delete it from the scene, save it and press play, see if it works. And this is working pretty well. And I think it's a little bit too noisy, it's a bit too loud. So we might want to adapt the volume for each element. We can click on the Galaxy Fighter and just make this volume down, or we can create another field for it so we can change it straight in the shooting. We can go to the script, and after the shoot clip we can create a public variable of type, let's say float, and call it shoot clip volume, and by default we can put like 0.7f to it, and we can change the pitch as well. And what pitch does? pitch changes its like a speed, so it might sound a bit better. So let me increase the pitch of our Galaxy Fighter and you will notice the difference. So you might have heard it, but I think this gun is loud, so I will check those two and change the pitch of it to some higher value like 2, and now you'd hear the difference for sure. I hope you could hear it. Let me change this pitch by the script. So let's go here and duplicate it and shoot clip pitch, and let's put it to 1 like so. We want to change it in the start, so let's go here and type audios, and now let's change the volume. So we type volume equals to shoot clip volume, and now we do the same thing with audios, and now pitch, and we need to assign a shoot clip pitch to it. And now we can make every object to shoot a little bit differently. So with this enemy, let's change something. Let's make where is this shooting script on it? We need to click on the gun. We need to change our clip volume to, let's say, 0.4, because this is far too loud. And clip pitch, maybe I will make it even smaller so we'll see the difference. So it's 0.4 and 0.2. So let's press play. This is a bit strange, but quite unique. So you can see how it changes the audio, and I will make it even quieter. And I think we might save our enemy. So overrides, apply all. Let us get another prefab. Let it be this enemy. It's got some gun as well on it, but I think they are pretty similar. So let me delete one gun from it, open the prefab and just delete it and go back, and let's move this gun to the middle. And now let's change some stuff. We need to add this audio source component to it. And what else? We will change some values. Maybe we put like 0.4, and pitch, let's leave it as it is, but we will change the sounds. So let's go to the sounds and attach gun 1 to it. Override it, apply all, and you could see the difference. So we've got both of them done already, and I think we've got one more to do, which will be our space boss. So let's add it to the scene. It's got quite a lot of guns. Those guns should be changed already because we've got some audio source on it already. I will decrease the volume of them to about 0.1 maybe, and I will increase the pitch to about 2. So let's save our space boss, override it and press play. And this is cool, isn't it? I will leave it as it is. I will delete the boss from the scene. Cannon shooter is here, and here I will delete it. But in the end, as a safety check, we should check if this component has audio source component on it. So in this sound shoot effect, we'll check if audios exist, then and only then we want to call those two instructions. And now we are done. Now I would like to add some more audios. I would like to add audio when we got damaged. So let's go online and look for it, maybe here, and see if we can get something. I will try to search hit, and I think this audio is not bad at all. So let me click on it, and here, let me see, where can we download it? I will just click on this MP3 and it's getting downloading. Good, great. So let me just drag and drop it straight to Unity to the sounds. Here we have it. And of course, we are going to implement it where the damage happens. So the damage happens in HP script. So let's open it. Let's go to HP. And we are changing the color. So maybe we can create a new method where we will play the hit sound effect. Play hit sound effect, we need to make a connection to the audio source to make this a reference. So audio source, and let's call it audios, and we need a reference to audio clip. So let's make it on top, and here it will be public, and let's call it audio clip, and let's call it hit clip. We need to go to our play sound effect, and here we are getting to the component, and we need to change the clip, and the clip would be hit clip. And once we get the clip, we want to play it. So audios, and now play. And of course we want to run this instruction when we got hit. So change the color and play hit sound effect. Minimize it. Let's click on Galactic Fighter, and here again we can download many different hit effects and make it different from the object to object. So let's go to the sounds, and we need to drag and drop this clip to the hit clip. Let's save it, and let's add another prefab to the scene. Let's say it will be this enemy, and here we have to do the same. So open the sound and do the same stuff. We might want to save it, apply all, press play. But here we are getting some error. If you click on it, object reference, play sound effect, and add the match. We actually need to make a reference to this audio source component. So here at the end we need to type audios equals to get component, and now we are typing audio source, and now it should be fine. So let's go back to Unity, click on our Galactic Fighter, and here we've got our script. We need to attach hit clip on it, so let's drag and drop it, and we've got our audio source in here, so it should be fine. But at the moment we have nothing that can hit us actually. We've got our cannon shooter. Where is it? Here. Let me move it to the left and press play to see if this is working. I will go a little bit, and yes, it's okay. Probably we will have to change some pitching and volumes as well, but for now it's okay. So let me just implement it to some other objects. Let's go to prefabs and get the first enemy. And of course we need to add this sound script to it. So let me drag and drop it here. It's not going to work, but I want to show you something. So let me override it and apply all. And when we just try to shoot it, we will get some error. So if we go to the console, just read it. There is no audio source attached to the enemy, but the script is trying to access it. So what does it mean? That we are trying to access audio source on our enemy, but it doesn't have any audio source on it. So we have to add component audio source and just untick play on awake. So now override it, and as you can see, we have to attach this audio source to all our objects. So now again go to prefabs and get this enemy and our space boss on it. Let's attach audio source to it and untick the play on awake. That should do. And of course we need to add this hit clip, which might be different, of course it's up to you. And now where's the boss? We need to add audio source to it as well, untick it, get the audio clip, move it to the right place, apply all, and let us see if it's going to work. So now it is working fine. And of course now we can make it on that element as well. So let me click on cannon shooter, and here we can add audio source as well, and just untick it, and in our HP script we need to attach it. But of course we can forget about it and we still getting errors. So of course we need to make a safety check to not get errors. So we should go into the script, and here we should play this only when the audios exist. So we should check if audios exist. So only then we want to get those instructions executed. So now let's go back. Let's clear the console and press play. And let's try to hit this one. We've got our audios done. And of course now we can implement a lot of other audio effects, like when the enemy is destroyed and so on and so on. But I think you know how it's being done, you know how to do it already, so you can implement it by yourself. The last audio I want to implement in our game would be some background sound. So let us go online and search for it. I will just type space background sound free download. So let me go here and maybe we can find something on that website. Okay, there are plenty of nice audios on that website, and you could just go through and find the one that you really love. I will not spend that much time on it. I just want to show you how it's being done. So it's up to you which one you're going to choose. I think I'm going to choose this Orbit 130. I like it quite a lot, so I will just click on it. Here we have it open, so I just click on download. And here we have it, it's downloaded already, so I will show it in the folder, right click, and I will extract it. And once it is, I will just move it to Unity, to the sounds straight away. And now we want to play it in our level, for example, and then you can make it so that you can play it in the menu, but you can do it the same way. I will show you how to do it. So let me click on our game manager. So of course, in order to play it, we would need a audio source component on it. And actually, in these circumstances, we do want to have it play on awake, and we do want to have it loop, so it will play all the time. And here we can just drag and drop it on that one, on audio clip, and it will work straight away. Just have a look. I will just press play and you should be able to hear it. And it is. So this is working fine. And now you can just override it. So on every scene, it will be played as well. So let me just go to the scenes and click on the main menu. I will save it and press play. That should be working. And it is, of course. So now press play and it starts all over again. But if you want to have different files for the menu, for example, then you can just attach it, but do not save the prefab. So let's go back online and I will choose some different file. Okay, I'll try this sci-fi pulse loop. I'll open it in a new tab and click download. I will open it again and unzip it. And once it's unzipped, I will just drag and drop it to Unity, to our sounds, of course. And now in our menu, I will click on the game manager, and here let's go to the sounds and add this sci-fi pulse to it, and don't override it. You don't want to override it. And let's press play to see the difference. We've got this kind of music, and now when I press play, we've got it different. So you can see this is how it's going to work. And of course now you can add different music to different menus and different levels. Just don't override this prefab. And this is done. We've got our ambient music implemented in our game. Okay, our project is pretty much finished, but what I've noticed is that when we get killed, we are not being moved to the game object menu. Look, what is going on? So what can we do? We can check where all the damage is happening. And of course it is happening in the script HP, so we have to open it. So once it's open, we need to check where we are getting destroyed, and it's here. So it is checking if actual HP is less than 0, then the game object is being destroyed. But actually we should be checking if this game object is a player, then we should switch to the game over menu. But if it's not, then of course we should destroy the object. So now let's just add this if statement, and now we can compare the tag as we've done it with this update player UI. So we are getting what kind of object is it, and if it is a player, then we want to change the scene. But if it's not, so let's put else, then we want to destroy this game object. So how to change the scene? We need to make a reference to the game manager script. So let's do it on top. Let's just type game manager and let's call it game manager. And here in the start, let's make this connection. So game manager equals, and we have to find it. So game object, find object of type, and we want to find G manager. Once it's found, we need to call a method from it. So let's type G manager, but we need to make it with small g. And now we need to change the scene. What was the name of that function? Let's have a look. Let's go to G manager, and here we have it. It's change scene. And as you can see, we are not using those two methods. So let's get rid of those, and we need to load some scene. So let's go back to HP and call this change scene method. So we are here and we are typing change scene, and our game over menu is on the index 1, I believe. So let's do it, save it, and let's go back. Now I press play, and I think that should be working. So let's wait a minute so that we are getting killed, and now we've got our game over menu. We can go to menu, or we can play again, and we can try kill some objects, but it's not that easy. We killed some other object and it was damaged. It's fine, so everything is working great. Our game is pretty much done. We created all the elements that I wanted to create. Of course, there is a lot more we can do, and there is a lot to be improved in the scripts that we created, but of course some options and some improvements can be done only on decent level. If we don't have the skills just yet, it's just better to keep it as it is for now. At one point you will get on the higher level and you will see on your own what can be improved, what we've done not as efficient as we could have, but this is not something I would like to make just now. So we are going to create or change our main menu, because it's quite crucial to present some nice stuff to the player at the very beginning, because the main menu is the first scene that the player is going to see. So what can we do? I would just add few of our elements to that main menu so that it can see some moving objects and so on. So the game will be presented in a more attractive way. So let's do it, and let's go to prefabs and add something to the scene. This is our camera, and let's add maybe dropping asteroids. Why not? So let's add asteroid shooter in here. And now if we press play, we are not going to see anything, even though the asteroid shooter is there, because it's not shooting, because there is no player on the scene. So we need to add our player. So let's go to the scenes where the player is. So go to level 1 and let's save it. And we should create a prefab out of our player. So let's drag and drop it and go back to the scene with the main menu. Save it, of course, and go back. Here, open the prefabs folder and attach our player to the scene. So now if we press play, our asteroids should be shooted. But of course, once it gets us, we got killed. And we don't want to get killed in the main menu. So to change it, we'll click on our Galaxy Fighter and change the layer of it. Let's change it to, let's say, enemy. But don't override it. We don't want to override it. Even we can just unpack it to not have it as a prefab. So right click and unpack prefab. That would do as well. So now press play. Our asteroids should be shooted, but they are not going to kill us. But we can't see it, can we? We cannot. And why is that? It is because our main camera and our canvas is set to the screen space overlay, and that means that all the UI elements will be drawn on the top. So all our game elements will be behind it. How can we fix it? For example, we could turn off the background panel. That would help a little bit. So if we press play now, you can see that asteroids are being shot and we still see our stuff. So this is okay, but probably we want to keep this background. So what can we do? We can click on our canvas and bring back the background panel, and we can choose render mode from the screen space overlay to screen space camera. So now you will see clearly what's the difference. So let's assign the camera to it. And we've got it here now. And because the ordering layer is set on 0, we should be able to see our objects on top of it. So let's press play and we can see it, and we can move our player in here as well. Cool, this is really nice. We can press play and this is going to work. But actually, we need to change the layer for our spaceship to not enemy, because if we leave it on enemy and then shoot, then we will kill ourselves because we have a collision between enemy and our bullets. So in order to keep it working and not dying, we need to change our layer from enemy to trigger actually, and that should work now. So let's click on our Galaxy Fighter, and here we have some clamping, and we don't want our player to go that far. So let's set like 6 so we can't go out of the screen, and let's press play. So now we can go from left to the right, up and down, and everything is great. That is superb. So we've got our asteroids shooting. What else would you like to add? Maybe let's change those backgrounds of the buttons a little bit. Maybe I will make them darker like so, and I will make them more transparent, something like this. And I will change the text of it to the brighter one. So let's click on it and choose, okay, something like that. I don't really like this purple color of our title, so I will change it. Maybe I will change it. And what else can we add? We can add the moon if we want to. It can rotate like so. Maybe put it here. And we can add some enemy. Maybe we can add this enemy. So let's put it, let me think, let's put it here. And it will be shooting and going up and down. So let's click on our enemy, and here we want to move it up. How much? We've got it on 2. So we need to shift it up 2. Up and down max position will be about 1, and trigger distance is fine. Movement speed on 0, okay. So let's save it and press play, see if that is going to work. And it is. So as you can see, quite a lot is going on already, but I don't think I like it. So the moon is interacting with the enemy, so I think I will just get rid of that moon, and maybe I will add a cannon shooter. But I think I would like to increase the trigger distance to about 20. Maybe we can add, what else can we add? Maybe space boss. Can we add a space boss and just make it a little bit smaller? So I put like 0.7 and 0.7. It is a sinusoidal movement. That's fine. Press play and see how it goes. So what can I say? I've added probably too much already. There is too much happening in here. But this is only to show you how to set it in order, how to put it, and how to make it more interactive. So this is now up to you how you want to make your main menu. You might add even some other objects and use the scripts that we created together to make it unique, to make it your own. Yes, this is pretty much it. This is our last lesson, and it's time to create your own levels the way you want it to be. I've got two levels which are quite poor, to be honest, but it's not the point. It's up to you how you are going to create them. We just made all the functionality and we added all the objects that you might use, and now you can do a lot of stuff with it. So let's export the game. Let's go to File and Build Settings. Here you need to be sure to add all the scenes that you need to export. And now let's go to Player Settings. Here we are going to add some company. You can add your own company if you want. The default icon, this is nice to have it, so you can just click select and choose which sprite would look nice with your game. If you don't have any, you can just download it, put it in the project and then select it. But I think I will use this one. Here we have it. We've got a full screen window, which is fine. We've got a button to leave the game, so it's okay. And now we can close it because there is no more settings we want to change in here. Now you can click on the build, go to the place where you want to export it. I will create a new folder and I call it Galactic Fight build, and let's enter it and select folder. So now our project is going to be created. Okay, we've got our files created. We've got our little icon on our application file. So now we can double click on it and open our game made with Unity. Here we've got it. Here is our menu. Here is all the brilliant animation I've done. We can move around, we can shoot. So let's press play and here we go. We can go to the teleport, and if we reach it, we should be moved to level 2. And of course I missed the teleport, so I enter it and we have a U1 menu. We can go to menu and we can quit if you want. And this is working perfectly fine. Congratulations, you've done it. You finished the project. I hope you'll make it your own. You will change a lot of things and try to experiment with the code and with the graphic files, with the audio files, so that it will be much better than the one that I presented to you. So well done, and maybe I'll see you in some other course. See you later.